Hey, what's going on? Sunday, Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 36. It's happening. It's real. It's today. It's now. In fact, I grab my coffee. Oh, right here. And the I Donut Care mug again. Ah, good. It's good. All right. Got Njox in the house. What's up, Swish 2? What's up, Chilogan? What's up, Ishibatari EQ? Good to see everybody. Like Njox putting in work over here. All right. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? We're just getting started over here, like quite literally. Rocking the GFG, granite face grinder. Get ground, you know? Get grounded. I guess I can slow this thing. Potentially. Yeah, I'll slow. No fear needed. Sounds good. So, on the agenda today, we got a nice long stream today, right? Sunday. Always a nice long Sunday stream. I got some quests I want to do for a change, right? Game's called EverQuest. Maybe I want to do a quest. Um, I mean, I want to do my epic, but I know that's gonna take some work. I gotta look at the stuff, but there's the interrupt symbols, right? The initiate symbol or whatever, disciple symbol. Can't I fear kite as a interrupt shaman? I kind of want to look into this. I kind of want to finish that quest up. I went to Neck Forest when I was low level, and I got most of the stuff. But then, something came up, and I came to, the swamp to do swamp things. I never finished. I gotta go back to Neck Forest. Can't fear kite, but can snare. Okay, can't fear. Gotcha. I'm mixing up stuff. But snare is cool. I know it's like a long cast time or whatever. I'm going to assume it's a long cast time or whatever, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Poisoned. Slowed and poisoned. Honestly, it's gonna be a nice stream because we're gonna hit 40, which is gonna be good incentive to grind through 40, right? I don't like 40. I don't like any hell level. I want to get out of it. Unless that's where I'm staying, but no, this Saibao is gonna be 60. That's the plan here. 40 sucks, exactly. I'm gonna hit it and I'm gonna quit it, right? I'm gonna quit 40 ASAP. I'm gonna be 41. Uh that's the plan. It's always good to have a plan, right? It's always good to have a question of the day. We got a question of the day coming up in a couple hours. We're just getting started over here. How's everybody's week? It was this past week was a tough one for me. I'm glad glad it's the weekend. I'm glad we're on to a new week. Next week will be better. Yoink. Yoink. So it's draft week on green, huh? What's that mean? Somebody explain. I don't know how green works. I never played green because it didn't exist. Um, there was Project 1999, which we now know is blue. And they added red shortly thereafter. But Green. I don't know when green happened. That was sometime while I was retired from EQ. 2019, yeah, so that was when I wasn't playing at all, definitely. Confirmed. What seems to be popping? People who play blue or green or even Quarm or any other server, would you say that population's been low during the Monsters and Memories tests? Is that something I've kind of noticed here on Red? There's a lot of Red players that are playing Monsters and Memories for sure. You know, you don't even need to tell me. I can tell, but I have been told also. It seems to be like the game. You know what I mean? Like that's the game that people are really into right now. And it looks cool for sure. I was watching I grind this play it a bit. I watched some streams of it here and there. Catch a little. Game needs that XP bonus. I mean, really super duper grindy games aren't for everybody, right? If you want to appeal to the masses, you got to have that fast track. And, I don't know. You got to decide. Do you want to appeal to the masses? And if you don't, then don't. Don't don't try to. Give it the pure grind that the pure grinders want. Everyone's old and soft. They need hands out. You say, Chill Logan. I don't know. It's not. It's not us. It's the world. You know. Everybody else changed. Um, I still like my grind pretty grindy, but like if Red 99 got rid of its little bonus XP, it wouldn't bother me any. But because that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the rest of it. The XP is like a means to an end, I guess. There's a couple consortios. About it, Who are these other people? Don't know them. Dire charming TOV raids and hitting slash pet attack. That's what's up. Alright. Need gems. I love to buy gems when I can. Lens of glowing amber. I think I know who was using this vendor. I'm not even gonna say nothing. Let's see here. Already almost the last bubble of 39. I can't wait. Lens of glowing amber. You won't even see. You'll see me picking those up to throw them in the destroy button. I'm so triggered every time. Can't believe it. Can't believe they do us like this. If it was at least stackable, I might pick up a little stack of when you're new-ish. Two plat is two plat. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. Like I said, it's the non-stackability for me that always just, even if I have the room for it, I'm just too mad. Too mad to take it. Like, why? How dare you? Did I poison this one? I don't think I did, but I should be cannibalizing. So I downloaded this game that was on sale. It's called High Seas, High Profits. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. I thought you were gonna be a pirate, but you're not. You're a merchant. That's fun. I could get down with that. I'm not very far into it at all, but you know, I can see what's going on a little bit. It's cool. Jade ring. Cool. Thank you. I'm stingy with the buffs. You may have noticed this. Oh, I love cannibalize. I'm just gonna be a full-time shaman from now on, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I used to have a shadow knight. What was his name? You know? No, I'm just kidding. I probably will still mainly shadow knight, but I'm liking this, and I'm trying to stay focused. I want to hit 60. I will occasionally mess around. You'll see a Buckaroo stream here and there. You'll see, you know, one of the shadow knights here and there. But like, I'm really trying to keep my nose to the grindstone. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I think I slowed this one. No Sal. No C Invis. Lev fading. Slacking. We're doing fine. We're doing excellent. Right, I'll give you a Spirit of Wolf. I'll give me a Spirit of Wolf. And yeah, on to the next stuff. Thank you, Njax. Good stuff. Slightest little bit of mana would be nice. We might see some PvP here today. As you know, this is the PvP server. Just because it's all sunshine, handshakes, and kumbaya right now, doesn't mean it can't change in a blink. So, I will try to keep my eyes peeled. I thought I Spirit of Wolf myself. I must have cast it on Njox twice. That was good. Smart. But eventually I have the boots that do it, right? I'm gonna assume it's self only. If shamans have had instant cast Sal targetable, and I didn't know that, then that'd be crazy. I feel like I would have known. That would have came up. I think it's self only. But either way, I'm not even trying to do that. Let's look up the wiki right now while I'm medding. Alright, Shaman, Epic, P99. Alright, so you gotta begin talking to a lesser spirit, receive a tiny gem. Is this all like optional? I feel like so many of these quests, like you read the first whole chunk of it, and then it's like, this is all optional. Shut up. Who's doing optional stuff? Loot Black Dire Pelt. Turn Pelt Spirit Sentinel. Receive. You need faction for the turn-in. Okay. So what do they mean by you need faction for the turn-in? What is the faction? Is that... What faction? Doesn't say what faction this guy's on. Maybe if I read the quest, I'll understand. Okay. True Spirit. Okay. You could canny 2 times. Okay. So it sounds like this 3-player method: Shaman, Cleric, and someone random to Hillock Bondle. That sounds fun. It takes 23 turn-ins. Right? Not too bad. That sounds kind of... Maybe something I won't do on stream. Maybe something for another day. That faction stuff. It does sound kind of boring. Gotta do what we gotta do, right? I was about to poison myself. That would be really good. Koshak, what level? So I tried to solo one of these, was that last Sunday? When Loogie went to go buy songs. I'm like, I could solo a Spectre, but I didn't get mana first. And I was doing like this no mana desperation moves, just trying to get the Spectre dead, and it took me so long that Loogie ended up making it back. He went all the way to Freeport. He's a bard, right? So bards are quick. But still, to go all the way to Freeport and come back before I kill the Spectre, like, you know I'm doing bad. But mana helps. I didn't have mana. What WTF Jerky says, Flowers of Happiness, that brings back memories. Great memories, I would hope. This is, it's true. Flowers of Happiness was constant as the northern star over here. The most richest, illustriousest history in all of EverQuest. Potentially all of gaming. Let's just face it. I'm a new guy. I've only been in the guild for like, you know, a decade and a half. Going on 2 decades. I'm a new guy. We got some OGs in the chat though. But I've loved their work. You're a former Sullen Zek Bard, that's what's up. Yeah, unfortunately on P99 Red, it's, you know, it's not quite Sullen Zek or Rallus Zek or any Zek, you know, we're not quite there, but we're trying. Servers It's quiet right now. 7 players online. There will be more later. But we hold it down. We represent. We occupy. And, no, #1 undisputed PvP guild champs. Hey, WTF Jerky, if you use Discord, you might be able to reconnect with some other old Sullen Zek players. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe somebody you know. We got Discord called the Swamp, Chewy Swamp. Link is in the. You know what? I'm just gonna grab the link right now. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna pin it right now. Put it in the chat. If you don't use Discord, that's cool. I get it. I'm happy you're here right now. Thanks for being here. We're just getting started. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 all year long. This is just number 36 on the 36th Sunday of the year. So you could tell I'm batting 1,000. Anyway, we're gonna talk strategy here a sec. Me and Koshak. If anybody else wants to join us, you know where to find us. We're here. We're here at Spectre's Oasis. Nice. You click. Cool. Cool. I'll get you we'll get you a green name in there, certified champion status, and that'll let you into all the channels and whatnot. So, hang tight. Grab your coffee. We're just got a nice long stream ahead of us, like hours and hours. We're going. We're going. All right, yeah, I got you, Moobs. Welcome to the Discord. You're in the right place. You found it, the spot, place to be. Speaking of the place to be, though, let's talk about Norath right now for a sec. As they say, you're in our world now, right? So here in our world, there's a couple flowers. I did see a couple consortios. Now they're down to one. Wonder where the other one went. Maybe switching. Maybe they had to go. I don't know. We don't know them. But I don't know these other guys. I don't know Bellin. I don't know Never. Price to sell, though. That's a decent name. I wonder who that is. I don't have hotkeys to check level ranges, right? Let's do... How many level 1s? 2 level 1s, right? I'm going to guess price to sell is the other one. Because, you know, bankers and merchants and all that, they're usually level 1s because we're safe from PvP on this server at level 1. Plus or minus 4 level range. Coin loot only, right? That's the rules. Other than that, it's, you know, friendly fire is on. If I really wanted to, I could attack Koshak because they're in my level range. They have a red name. But, you know, I don't want that smoke. What? I want an earth pet on me? Out here? No. No, no, no. Civilized. Oh, it resists my slow. Oof. Oof, oof. Alright, pet's hanging in there a little bit. I wish I could have slown this one, but it's fine. We're doing great. Um, shit. Miss the deity system. Yeah, I wish we had other options for servers right now. So early in the days of Red 99, I was kind of vocal about um, it needs to be free for all. No teams. I didn't like the idea of teams. But I never played teams. How can I not like the idea of something I've never played? I should, now I'm older, I'm more open to it. Um, I don't know. Back in middle school when the game was new, I had a friend who played on Sullen and Rallis. Right? Maybe you knew him, Tree Rat or Big Hugs, depending on which server. But he saw benefits in free for all end teams, and now that I'm older, I'm like, yeah, he was probably right. He was right about everything. He tried to get me to play PvP, and I wasn't having it. I was comfy on my, what I was on Moral Thule back then. If anybody played Moral Thule, what up? What up, Moral Thulers? I was one of you. I eventually re-rolled on Zev, another not PvP server. So I lived that life. I played all those expansions. I did like fun raids or whatever. I did trade skills. I was as highly immersed as you could be on a PvE server, you know what I mean? But then when I tried the PvP, it awoke me like, oh, this is why Tree Rat was trying to get me to play it, because it actually matters. Loot has purpose. The grind has value. I don't know. No, like we're all EverQuest enjoyers. I'm not trying to say there's no value in blue or green. If you have fun doing it, then that's some value. But I mean, like, I had been around the block on the PVE game, and eventually I was starting to wonder, like, why am I doing this? Kill this stuff so that next time I kill it, it's easier. Like, I don't know. Now, every piece of loot helps me protect myself. Helps me defend my friends, helps me assault my enemies, like all that stuff. Like, more immersive to me. I get it now. Pandu TP says Sunday Swamptacular bingo is mentioned Tree Rat as the free space. Yeah, I know it's a given. I have to. Pandu TP, I told you my true motivation, is shouting out Tree Rat. That's that's why I'm here on Twitch. What else would be on the bingo, Pandu? I would honestly, this is a good idea. If I didn't say we're just getting started, that would be another like baffling move. I feel like everything's a free space on my bingo. I try to be consistent. I think Winnie would be a spot. Chester would be a spot. Like you said, mentioning Tree Rat. Probably saying what I should not do and then doing it and, facing consequences immediately. Right? That happens. I'll be like, I shouldn't pull right now, I should med. And then I pull and then, like, can't kill it / die because I didn't med. That would be. I feel like that. Anyway. Silent moves, yeah. That gap in my resume was me moving silently. But XP's flying. We're about to ding 40. And then I want to get right out of it. I pull on no mana. Yeah, absolutely. Be like, I need a new one of those friggin' dot paint stamp markers. You know, mine ran out of paint. Too many dots on this bingo card. Sitting around's boring. Why would I want to do that? How about talking about numbers go up? How about describing my ridiculous spreadsheet game to you? Um, it's not really a spreadsheet, but I feel like it's a spreadsheet game. Uh, should be anyway. Like it's getting kooky crazy. Out of food and drink. Yeah, yeah. Got to be food or drink, right? It'll happen. Good point. But we do have a question of the day coming up in an hour and a half. I'm hoping for, I'm hoping you think it's thought provoking and topical and fun. Right? It's a couple descriptors. I'm hoping the boxes get checked there. I'm gonna give you. Oh, you already have one. I was gonna say I'll give you a scythe and a torch. But you already did. What do you think? Three more specters to ding? Kind of what I'm thinking. And then 300 specters to ding 41. I don't know, maybe more. We'll see. If we get a group going, that'll really help. We'd have to go somewhere else though. There's only what? Four corners, plus the fifth one inside, plus three up top. So eight spawns here on this island. And I think another 7 or 8 aqua goblins we could potentially get in the mix. They're a little bit of a pain to pull, but if we had enough players, we'd definitely grind through all that. And it's not like it's that hard of a pull. It's like 50 yards, but 25 of them are underwater. Builds character. Helps get the swimming skill up, you know? That's what I'll tell the puller. So maybe I'll cast a regen on the pet. Couldn't hurt. I never moved a clicky over though. How much this goes up? Yeah, nice. I'm still thinking 2 more specters. I think we're on track. Is that all the specters? Nope. There's one. Ouch. All right, I got a good one. Pandu TP. Here's a good Chewy Stream Bingo card option. Trying to tank when I'm not the tank. How about that? Or like tanking on the Necro or tanking on a Cleric or something, you know? That'll happen. Or just stopping, like fear kiting and then like not fearing something and trying to tank it. It happens. Listen, over the course of a long stream, shrug. You know, stuff happens. I'll also pull off some nice moves occasionally, right? The Bone Knight movement, people talking about necro tanks. Yeah. That's what I was doing. I was a Bone Knight. It's the meta. Not a mistake. I meant to do that. What about diaper quest? Take off the pants. We rock the diaper. That's the meta. Diaper quest. Diaper quest. Nah, we all know the meta is bow quest. There's no room for any other metas right now. That's it. Glad it actually stuck. Uh-oh, we got a player in the zone. Where they at though? Well, we could check if they're in range, right? Count 35, 43 all. No, they're not in my range. Oh, I just dinged. Maybe they're in my range now. Well, shit, ding 40. I don't even if this player's not in my range, I don't even care, right? They could run up on me right now while I'm saluting you. Well, I have a target. Okay, hold on. There we go. When I'm saluting you, when I'm cheering, when I'm dancing, right? This is a hell level dance. So let's do like two more slash dances here. A couple more. There we go. It's a hell level. Take a little bow. Hey, we're just getting started over here. That's of course a little inside joke, a real knee slapper because we're 40 minutes deep, but we are just getting started here. In the scheme of things, it's going to be a nice, long, solid stream. And hey, have you considered, please, 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 checking out the YouTube channel? I archive all the old streams there. Did you know that? Did you? Yes, you know that. Speaking of you, yes, you, who's this guy? What's up? What's up, person? Lambant Bard over here. Lambant BP Bard. I'll do a little dance for you. But anyway, hey, if you didn't know, the YouTube has a nice little archive. It has all the old streams going back over a year now. Uh, officially, officially, there's so many streams. Last time I forgot to archive one was over a year ago now. I've been streaming 3 times a week lately. Back then it was more like 2 times a week, but hey, now it's 3. So check it out, please, please, please. And yeah, without further ado, let's get back to the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest over here. Let's see what this guy's doing. Who is this guy? Oh, Swish! What's going on, Swish? Welcome. We're just getting started over here. I'm glad I didn't do a slash rude in Swish's direction because it wouldn't have been at Swish. You know what I mean? When I do a slash rude, it's to the haters, right? Like that. It would not be to Swish. See, even though it says I made it at Adam, it was not. That's the danger of having pressing F10 and toggling off all the boxes. You don't know what's going on no more, right? Imagine actually playing like this. We don't have to imagine. Let's do it. I'm gonna die like that. Definitely gonna die doing that. Alright. Maybe later. If we have more of a safety net, I will fully toggle off the windows. How about that? Alright, we're back up to 2 Consortio players. What? That hurt. A couple buffs, you know. I'm helping. Kinda. Big stun. Actually getting a slow off. And it landed. There we go. Alright, nice. Yeah, when it's slowed, the pet barely even gets dinged up. Gotta respect it. We got a little more group bonus going. 2 players is better than 1, and 3 players like we have now, even better than 2. Can we get 4 players? Imagine 5 or 6. We've done it. On a Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest, oh, it happens all the time. We might even get more than a group, but yeah, then it gets complicated. Then we got a waiting list. Then we got a, you know, or we could just only the strong survive. Last 6 standing get to group. Maybe that'll be the new rule when we get too many. But it's all good. The more the merrier. Keep seeing Viz up. What do you think? Anybody's gonna mess with us today? Any oppositional forces plotting and planning? What's the word? What's the move? Who's coming? When? How many? By land or by sea? If you know, just have Paul Revere ride through or something. You know, I gotta know. Alright, I got Chester here, but he is about to spring away. So take it in while you can. Enjoy. Behold him. He's the little Chesterman. He's a good boy. I wish he would play some EQ with me. He was sitting on my lap this morning, but oh, he might. He might stay. Hold on. Oh, don't be shy, buddy. Yes, Chester's in. That's you, buddy. That's you. You see this? Trying to get him in frame. A little up, up, up. He's sprung in. There he goes. Springed. Anyway, that's Chester. He's a good man and thorough. I had like one of the first times ever last night. Winnie sat on the chair with me. You know how normally it's one or the other. I say I'm the placeholder for Winnie. I'm the placeholder. She's the rare named. Occasionally, you know what I mean. The camera turns on and it's her instead of me. Um, but I can't think of too many other times, if ever, that she like occupied the chair at the same time as me. She was on the left side, I was on the right side. We were both kind of sharing it, and she stayed, and she was, cool with that. And I was playing Numbers Go Up, and she was helping me. Very nice, very sweet. That's your favorite Discord emote, Swish. I'm glad that you like it. Um, he's very special lad. You think Winnie would make a good cleric? I think she'd make a good like rogue. She's a little speed demon. I call her a beast. She's just a small beast. Very small and cute. I think Chester would be like some sort of like, I don't know. I'm not sure what class Chester would be. I gotta think about this one. Whatever the most tolerant class is, he's very tolerant. I'm full mana. I don't know how this happened. Probably the Bard song. Okay. So as you might have noticed, XP is slowed down considerably. This is a hell level in effect. Every what, 5? Starting at 20. Is this conventional knowledge? This is what I always believed, right? That every 5 levels starting at 20 was a hell level. Harboring a mid-40s bard. Yeah, that might slow it down a little bit, but overall, I mean, there's still still says we're getting XP, so I'm calling that big W. I think I have cancel magic too, right? Yeah, let's do it. I'm not sure if the mic picked that up, but that was Chester. What's up, buddy? Come here. He'll speak. I'm not sure if it's English. He'll say stuff though. Oh, I didn't slow it. I think we killed them all. Yep. Get a goblin. Alright, my swimming skill is not good. It's part of the burden of having a lev cloak from a low level. You're like too good to get your feet wet after that. You're just always floating over puddles, never skilling up swimming. It happens. Wow, it dispelled me. Dispelled my C and Viz. Had the wrong target there. I almost attacked him. I literally did attack him, but he's out of range. So, yeah, that's the almost. First I heal, and then I come in with the granite face grinder, right? A little regen for yous. Keep this train rolling. Uh-oh, Chilogan's talking harm touch. Oops, let me back this one up. I'll root it. I got a little excited. Resist. Terrible. There we go. Using all my mana. So Logan, don't come ruin our XP grind over here. Come join our XP. Yeah, I get it. You gotta do what you gotta do. Logan says can't wait to tell his mom that he PK'd Swish too. You gotta take a screenshot and print it up. Put it on the fridge. That's what I do with all my all my screenshots. You gotta get a real thick magnet if you know certain players though, right? So you can hold stacks of them. Get you some Dark Mail gauntlets. Yeah, those are nice. At 50 mana, a few more charms for a bard. Little Dex never hurt nobody. Guck provides. I think Dark Mill Gauntlet's got to make it on the Guck Loot 3 emote. Coming soon. Coming soon to emotes near you. Guck Loot 3. You heard it here first. There's a few items that needs to be represented. Uh-oh, he's really here. Swish, you better start casting cellos now. Better bust that drum out. There he is. What happened here? What happened? How's the Warhammer Mini coming along? Ishuatari EQ, great question. I was working on that this week. Swish DDoS'd you. Yeah, what happened there? I saw you come feign death and link dead. Um, so I got some of that really strong stuff. What's it called? I couldn't. It's not that I couldn't find it, but there's that Tamiya extra thin and blue. You know, they say that you can use the airbrush cleaner in the same way, right? So I got the airbrush cleaner instead because it was like a bigger bottle. Um, anyway, blah blah blah. I melted in some of the plastic that it came on, you know, the sprue they call it, right? To make the goo, right? The sprue goo. And then I got that in the crack in the mold line of the mini because it was it didn't look good to me. So when I trimmed up all the pieces, I think I trimmed off too much from each side. So when it came together, there was a bigger gap than there should have been, you know. But anyway, whatever. I smoothed that out, and now I primed it, and I think it looks great. I think I'm ready to go on to the next step now. But that was you know, over the course of a week, I did all those steps. Dissolving all the stuff to make the goo took a while. Took more time than I was like, finally the stuff came. You know, I'd been waiting for the airbrush cleaner to come. Finally it came. I'm like, yes, let's go. And it's still like another probably 2 days before I got to use it. But hey, nothing good comes easy, and now I got a good batch of that for next time. Can't wait. Taking my time, trying to do it right. You still linked it? What is going on here? So it's it looks just like a Spectre. That's why I bought it. It's they call it a Cairn Wraith. Put you in PvP. You want to? Try. Or that's why you're still here because Swish did. I thought you were telling me to put you. Well, now you're finally out. You only got a little of granite face grinded. But yeah, I'm gonna paint it like a Spectre. I'm gonna give it red eyes. I'm gonna give it Like I guess between gray and black robes, right? Like light areas and dark areas, and real dark on the inside of the robe. I'll give it a, a wood handled scythe. And the model came with rust spots on the scythe. And you know what? That's fine with me. A rusty scythe, that's Brad bless. A few days ago, you ordered 45 new paints plus other supplies. It cost €330. Jeez. Yeah, those paints aren't cheap, huh? I'm hoping I got enough colors for what I'm planning to do, but I picked something that was very limited in color, right? I could probably get away with using just a few. Something like bone color, you know? Some black and some white, mixed in different ways to get all the grays I want maybe. Hopefully. Paint them white first, then use red contrast paint for nice. Oh, the eyes. Yeah, good idea. Cause yeah, I primed it all black because I thought that'd be good for. Oh shit! I just got shadow stepped by Swish. Nice. Um, that's a good idea. Thank you for that tip, these Shiba. That's a good shadow step. I mean, halfway across the lake. Pretty sweet. Yeah, the only thing that's different between the mini and the EverQuest Spectres is kind of the robe itself, right? This mini, the robe has like studded trim like on the hood. So it's like kind of looks like armored a little bit, which is cool. I was thinking about like I could try to smooth this over and make it like a smooth more of a EverQuest Spectre look, but I thought it looked kind of cool. So I'm going to keep that. And then the robe itself is like more open and you see there's like nothing in there, which I think is cool too. If I was to paint another one, I might even get the same model and try to make it a little customized. You know what I mean? Maybe like close the robe up a little bit or something, or some basic stuff. Change the position of the scythe and stuff. Right now it's in like a real like ready to swing position, which is cool. Captain Lung Whistle, hey, what's going on? Thank you. Yeah, grats on 40. You say it's happened live today. Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 36. Dinged 40. I want to ding 41. So let's keep it going. Talking about a little Warhammer thing I was painting. I've been taking some progress pics, so maybe I'll post it in the Discord when I get when I get something worth posting. Maybe it's still in a very early stage. I'm taking my sweet ass time. Kind of funny situation OOC going on right now. How many of you guys are in the chat right now? I'm thinking probably everybody, but I could be wrong. Sorry about that. I got my coffee refilled. Hey, cheers. Tink. Just like a rise and grind. Got to start this with caffeine. It's the base of the pyramid, right? It's not the food pyramid, but it looks like that, right? Caffeine on the bottom, and every quest above that, and then I don't know, employment. I don't know. What's a pyramid look like? Um, After coffee, the frog lock bounce. What's Yeah, what do we got? Any specters up here? Fizzle all my mana on poisons. Maybe I'll get a skill up. Right? Please. No skill up, and I couldn't even get the poison off. It was a resist. You like the Froglock emote for multi-purpose? I do too. Whoa! I had myself targeted? How did that happen? Almost poisoned myself. Regen's coming around. As soon as I have the mana to do it. And I think I got both these. More than 10%, and let's just keep up this pace. You know, no funny stuff. We'll be just fine. It's gonna be out of this hell level before you know it. Alright, incoming. Uh-oh. I think it's maybe Mezd or something. Slow, come on. Hey, it landed. I'm glad you guys are liking the emotes. I'm gonna look through sometime before the end of the year. I'm gonna evaluate the emotes, see what's getting used, what's not getting used. And like I said, I want to get a Guck Loot 3 emote. You know, even though I know the Guck Loots 1 and 2 probably, you know, the usage probably doesn't call for a number 3. but I feel like the more the merrier on Guckloot emotes. Gotta have them. Guck provides. You know, Guck provides. What are we missing from that? I'm thinking Darkmail Gauntlets. Maybe the Crown of the Froglock Kings. Not sure what else. I have to think about it. You don't think I need another one of those? I think they're funny. You know? Maybe, okay, here, maybe I'll add a third or even a fourth one, but instead of having it take up four emote slots, maybe I'll have it cycle through them as an animated one, right? So it's one kind of like Guckloot Bonanza emote. That actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that sounds more fun. But even still, it's still probably less useful. Like you said, the Froglock emote has a lot of multi-use. You know, it's appropriate in a lot of situations. The Guckloot emote, almost never appropriate, but who cares? You do a Guck conveyor belt. Ooh, Swish 2, I like the way you think. The Swish 2 is a visionary when it comes to, you know, pictures moving, right? An artist, a true artist. Yeah, have them cycle from one side to the other. That's a good idea. I think something could be done. Oh, yeah. Switch to, I like the way you think. I'm picturing it now. Very encumbered. Here comes another one. Trying to hit it with a big slow. My specialized conjuration went up, but has my conjuration gone up? I feel like it's still so low. 52. I gotta like start conjuring some stuff. Big time. I was about to dispel it instead of slow it. That's the one bad thing about the hotkeys like this, but I'm getting used to it. I like it a lot. I think it was a huge improvement. Call my mana. 6 fizzles. Oh, resist. Now we got Tross in the zone. What up? Guess I'll sell too. For the in this time. I think her name's Tizzy. Innkeeper Tizzy. If that's her name. Very nice lady. Let's go see her. Not all judgmental like the jerk at the door. Give him a slash rude. Marnan, more like moron. Right, Innkeeper Tizzy. You I like. Nice. Got him. I was hoping to see some gems here. Not really. Not really seeing gems in the slightest. Load up my pocket with Keola sap. But that's just a sticky mess at the end of the day, let's face it. She sells stacks of these? Okay. Sure. Wow. I didn't know that. I thought that was just like something somebody sold her. You need bloodstone for symbols? Was that... Did she have bloodstones? I did not notice bloodstone. Sorry, Tross. No bloodstones there. That I... South row. Oh, Ortalius. Near Ortalius, you say. I always forget about those guys. Hanging out in their little like nook. Indifferent to all. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Good tip. Thank you, Chilodi. I just wanted to lighten my load a little bit. Still carrying a good deal of plat, but at least I don't have all the gold. Turned it into 3 stacks of carnelian, so it's a lot lighter. Like, yeah, when I sell them back, I'll lose whatever, you know, percent. The markup and the markdown, you know, combined. It'll be... I'll lose a little bit. Oh, I can't go to Marnin. Marnin don't serve me. Only Tizzy. Come on, skill up. Yes. Channeling went up. It's not the one I wanted. I said yes, but it's still good. Hey, Zilkerville, what's going on? How you doing? Just getting started over here. Just in time. It's that time. It's Sunday, so you already know. Already dinged 40. 20% in. We're turning this hell level into a heck level. What'd they change? Marnin is indifferent now? Oh, I gotta see this. Oh, he no longer has Bloodstone. Gotcha. So one of these baddies. Ouch. One was like a wizard. You've been leveling up IRL. Nice. Switch to Linux. You have P99 and Quarm up and running. Linux is free as long as you don't value your time. Yeah, that's a good saying. Um, did you have any trouble getting either the EQ to play nice? What did you end up using to make it happen? Wine or what? I used to have a P99 running on Linux. I liked it. It did take a little bit of. Let me make a folder real quick. Be right back in 35 minutes. Yeah, no, you get used to it. Get used to it. That being said, it's been a while for me. I think I'd have to learn all over again now. Got spoiled by Windows again. Free as long as you don't value your time. That is funny though. I never heard that. It's nice to, you know, you have a lot of abilities. Nemesis online. He's 49. Nemesis is alright. Respect the hustle. You know, he's got the spirit of Fippy Darkpaw. He's been knocked down, he gets back up. Gotta respect that. I just get excited when I see a name I actually recognize on the list because then it's like, ooh, we can do some research here. But yeah, look at this. Look at this freaking happy server. Like half the server right now is all pals. Love it. Kumbaya. Zilko, you say if your laptop's monitor's on, then it thinks your screen resolution's like 4K. It makes the EQ windows the size of a postage stamp. Yeah. Hey, if you got a workaround using the external monitor, then go for it. But I bet there's something in the actual like config file for EQ, right? You can like force it to load in a resolution that works for you, but um, I'm not sure exactly what you'd have to set it to in that situation. Hey, I pinned a link in the chat. It's called Swamp, right? It's the Discord. Swish took a screenshot of Chester in the when he made the appearance this morning. Good. That's a good picture. Yeah, I had to go see what. I love it. Chester's such a good man. He's a long guy. It might say Big League Chester if I put my shoulder right here, right? If I'm like this, it probably says Big League Chester behind me, or most likely. Big League Cheddar. I call him Cheddar Man sometimes. He's got a million nicknames. Winnie has 1,000 nicknames, and Chester has a million. Cheddar Bob. I like to call him Chairman Chet because he'll sit in a chair, so he's the chairman. I'll call him anything. Yeah, no, maybe some relation. His Hobbit name is Floppin' Underfoot. That's like his or his halfling name. Because he will flop under your feet. You gotta be careful. No specters up yet. Guess I gotta pull a goblin. Captain Long Whistle said, "Cats better pets for EQ since." And I'm waiting at the edge of my seat. Since what? Since what, Captain Long Whistle? But since you can play continuously, Dogs gotta go out. Yeah, it's true. These guys take care of themselves, right? Basically. Basically. Um, it's really. Well, imagine if there was a way you could litter train dogs. I'm sure that would go so well. Um, I like cats. Always have. Oh, we're about to have an ad over there. You know, I'm just gonna root it now. Of course, the root wore off. I'm like, it'll be fine. I'll root it early. Not like it'll wear off or anything. Ever. Gonna give up on trying to cast a poison on this one. Obviously not in the cards. Speaking of in the cards, I still haven't played Magic since you know, telling you guys I reinstalled Arena. Whoops. I'll get to it. You know, Splendid Genesis has been really doing well with this new set. Seen some posts in the Discord. I like that. Whoop. I like that one Inmobelly posted with the slivers. All slivers are forklift certified. I gotta salute that. XP's flying. That's a regen Tross. I'm helping. Alright, good. Perhaps regen a little mana, cannibalize a little mana, whatever we gotta do. Whoever gets the mana in the pool. That being said, I'd rather kill goblins than sit around. Perhaps. But yeah, luck be a landlord, huh? I got my save still going on that cat-based run I was trying to do. I'm trying to get 1 billion points, which is a lot. It's a real lot. Billion is a really large number. And I'm starting to do pretty well where I'm getting like thousands of points per spin. But that's still, you know what I mean? Like such a far cry from 1 billion. Right, the Chester slot result. Yeah, yeah. So that's the save I have. I can't play a fresh game until I, end my save. I'm in infinite mode where I can just keep going. I want to hit 1 billion. There's a item I have, the essence of guillotine, um, and it destroys you if you have 1 billion points, right? Because it destroys all billionaires, the guillotine, and the essence of items are like a kind of weird twist on the original. So the essence of guillotine, you know, targets you if you're a billionaire. So I want to be a billionaire. I want to get killed by the essence of guillotine because that's an achievement, and it's also an achievement to have that happen 77 times. That might be the most ridiculous achievement I've ever heard. And I've seen some ridiculous achievements in my, you know what I mean? I'm always achievement hunting in these Steam games. I've seen some ridiculous, lofty goals here, but 77 times getting destroyed as a billionaire. Ludicrous, especially because it's taken me so long to even hit my first billion. I don't even think I've hit 1 million on it yet. I got such a long way to go, but it's getting better. I'm gonna keep powering up cats. I keep, every so many rounds I get hooked up with a bunch of mostly essences. And there's some really broken ones that target cats, and they do stack. That's why I have like the times 40 something multipliers on the cats already. I'm gonna keep multiplying those eventually. You know what I mean? Eventually, 1 billion will happen. As for it happening 76 more times after that, I don't know. I really don't know. But I do want to have it happen once. That's for sure. And then start a new run. Finally, been on this run a while. Ridiculous achievements. I got a ridiculous achievement on numbers go up yesterday. It's not impossible. Just like winning the lotto. Yeah, exactly. It's got to win the lotto 77 times. That's it. That's a reasonable Steam achievement for any completionist, you know. But honestly, it's probably easier than getting gold chips, the gold chip sticker on every Balatro card. I feel like that is a real time sink right there. You don't get the achievement if you don't play. Exactly. You gotta put in the work. Fippy Darkpaw would have the achievement, you know? And Fippy Darkpaw arguably is got a noobish strategy. But you'd still get it. Anyways. Noobish. Alright, we're just getting started over here. This is a nice little grind, a nice little group. Some of the best and brightest EverQuest Red P99 has to offer. Um, Let me cancel magic back up. What level smashing? Let's ask. I know Loogie is inbound. Whoop! Stunned. Remember Whirl Till You Hurl? Anybody ever get Whirl Till You Hurled in this game back in the day? Happened to me. There's a named fungus man in the swamp, right? The Spore Guardian. I don't know if you've ever encountered the Spore Guardian. He used to do Whirl Till You Hurl. And it blew my little mind, you know? I still think blind was worse, though. I remember getting blinded and, you know, not knowing what I was in for there and thinking my computer shut off. I think I probably hit the power button to turn it back on and then turned it off, you know, by accident. You know, if I to be perfectly honest with you, I did not know that was going to happen. Like, actually not being able to see at all. Just because you're blind, you know? Who would have thought? What a concept. They used to spread coins on the ground and then minor illusion. Yes, Pacer Loco. Yes, that's true. I remember dropping coins. Definitely. And I know minor illusion worked to turn into a coin. You could stack yourself, right? You could like put yourself on the ground and then put a coin on top of you even. So you'd be like even less targetable. I know that worked even on a PvE server. Not that I had a reason on a PvE server, but that definitely worked. I wish you could drop coins here. You know? Real illusion breaker or immersion breaker for me that you can't drop coins. I used to like putting it down and then looking at it. Right, you could really see the icon a lot better than you could see it. You know what I mean? Or you could see the details of it a lot better than you could see on the icon. Don't even have a coin icon here. I guess. Okay, yeah. If you put it on your cursor, you can kind of see it. But what I'm saying is like when it's on the ground, it's like a 3D object. It's like, well, look at. Um, Anybody ever cast Sentinel? Remember that spell? I remember being really confused by Sentinel. My sister had an enchanter, so I'd you know, be like, "What's this do? What's that do?" Yeah. Sentinel was a weird one. I think it was like you cast on an area, and then it would like alert you if something or someone entered the area. Right? Was that did it actually work? Was that what it was supposed to do, or what? Does it work on P99? Was it a classic era spell? I feel like I'm thinking of maybe Kunark era, right? Maybe it wasn't true classic at this time, or maybe it was even. It would tell them who was in the area of the spell. Ooh, very interesting. So is it on P99? Hmm. Oh, mana. There we go. Got a skill up here, please. It's because I only have 108 wisdom. Right? We'll get like what's that? Coldane gloves, Coldane boots. There's gotta be some kind of face with wisdom, right? Probably some like shaman specific. There's so many like shaman specific items that are pretty good. Right? There's some shoulders I think that are shaman specific that are good. You know what I'm saying? Like cheap stuff that's like effective. You really don't like me. That's fine. Hate it. As soon as I said something. Oh, Spectre. Venom the Snake. Conjuration skill up. Yes, that was so blessed. It worked first time, no fizzles. Channeled through a friggin' hit. And actually got a skill up. Oh. We're just getting started, you could say. You want dex for skilling? Yeah, yeah. Of course, I'm a shaman. I'm happy to buff. That's why I made a shaman. Of course. Which one's the dex one? Is it cat or monkey? Find out. Okay. So cat is agility. So I'm going with monkey. Who wanted it? Gross. I'm helping. Next, people are gonna want regens. Oh, and sows. Oh god. I'm gonna say I'm a battle shaman. I don't have buffs. I'll buff. I'll buff a little bit. I know once you start buffing on a shaman, that's all you do, right? Next thing you know, it's time to recast the first buff that you just cast. It's already off. Hey, we got a BB Rana online. What's going on? Everybody on red. What's going on? People can't ask for another buff if they never had one that faded. Hey, there you go. See, I see the who all. Got to get up pretty early in the morning to make a silent move over here. How you doing? Good to see you. Do you want some gear or anything? You know, we got some players that I'm sure would be happy to hook it up. I forget if we already discussed this. Are you a struggle quester? Are you one of those people that likes the authentic, real struggle of looting a cracked staff and feeling the rush of terrible noob damage? If that's your thing, hey, I feel it. I feel it. I felt it. Nowadays, I'm more for putting the fungi tunic on the new alt and rolling stuff. Just for, it is what it's all I request. You hate 1 through 30? Yeah, yeah, we can definitely I'm not trying to volunteer other people. I know personally I don't mind doing a little power level sesh for you sometime. You in the Discord already? We got a Discord. Probably the easiest way to line something up. You hate farming clickies, Pacer Loco? I know, right? Me too. That's why I don't have a clicky yet on my shaman. Every time I do it, I have such high hopes. I'll be like, I'm gonna go get a backpack full of shrunken goblin skull earrings. You know what I mean? And then I'll stay for what feels like forever just to get one, and I'll be like, I hate this camp, and then I leave. Right? That's the story of my freaking shrunken goblin skull earring hunts. I haven't been in a while. Ishiwatari EQ, I heard you had a hunt. How'd that go? Did you get at least one? Or, you know what I mean? Did the spirit of Fippy Darkpaw imbue you with the determination required to get at least one? Or, did you feel the burn? It's a burn, you know what I mean? Like, I usually do it on the bard, right? Because I can continuously kill a large number because they're all placeholders, blah blah blah. But I feel like anything else can be even tougher. Either you're using mana or you're killing one at a time, and you got one, nice, 12 hours straight with no earring, and you went back just for the lulls, got it after 10 minutes. That's what's up, you know. Without that spirit of Fippy Darkpaw, you would never go back for a little bonus round. I'm happy for you. It's hard fought, that camp. Did you see any PvP out there? It was during the holiday bonus, right? I thought about it. It was on my short list of stuff that would be worth it during the holiday bonus. I meant to do some faction stuff during the holiday bonus. Because that was boosted. That would have been smart. Giving up 5 minutes early is such FOMO. Right, it's like, you know, the guy mining and then turning around and the diamonds are right there, you know, on the other side of the thin cave wall. Had a guy tell me I left a T-staff up, but you don't know if you believe it. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I feel like that's, just don't believe it. It's easier to just not believe. And it, you know, it doesn't really change anything. You want that sweet, sweet question of the day? Splendid Genesis. Hey, I'm glad you're here. I was just. Did you hear me talking about you? I was saying that you were kicking ass in the new set with the drafts. But anyway, you could say MTG is a niche hobby, right? You could say EverQuest is a niche hobby. I feel like MTG is pretty mainstream. But hey, it depends. It depends where you are. I feel like everything's kind of you know, subjective and different perspectives on things, whatever. I want to hear your perspective. What's your most niche hobby? What's something that you do that you know, you've had maybe trouble finding other people that connect with that hobby because it's just so niche. Um that's the question of the day today. I got to know. It's not directly EverQuest related. We did an EverQuest question last week, and if you weren't here for it, and you want to talk EverQuest, of course, you could always answer past questions. You know, that's cool too. Last week I was asking what makes a good EverQuest player. You know what I mean? What's the skill that you look for that's like this person definitely knows what they're doing versus, you know what I mean? Red flags. It was just a jumping off point. Today we're talking about beyond EverQuest. What's your most niche hobby? I gotta know. Loogie wants an invite. Of course, Loogie. Happy you're here. You might throw in a basalt carapace just for nostalgia. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a little more authentic for a Spectre grind versus what's that, deep water? Yeah, question of the day. Let me update. Let me update the stream title. Splendid Genesis says knowledge and communication make a great EQ player. Good point. Good point. It can be frustrating playing with people that aren't communicating, but it's usually something where you know, they figure it out eventually. You hope, right? I'll put up with being frustrated a little bit. Let's see. Editing the title. So, anybody got any niche hobbies? All right, updated. I only had a million typos. Had to hit 500 keystrokes for 40 freaking keys. Ishiwatari says Warhammer 40k, obvious answer. The second job between the building, the painting, finding other players to play with, time to go to tournaments. On top of that, you get the books and the audio books. You can spend all day if you didn't have to go to work. Yeah, yeah. Add EQ to the mix. You wish you had 36 hours. Yeah. You gotta make time for EQ. And you gotta make time for your hobby too. I'm dabbling, dude. I want to dabble in the Warhammer world. I think it's always intrigued me, especially the figures. That's why I bought one. I got one little figure. I'm not exactly sure what it does yet. You know, in the scheme of a game, I'd have to look into that more. But first, I got to paint it, and I think that'll be a journey. Can't wait. Anybody else? Anybody else got any niche hobbies? Um, I got a so I got a hobby that to me it feels like it shouldn't be niche. A niche hobby other than this. Five of us on the other morning. Yeah, I know this server's been it's quiet, but I think everybody's saving their energy for Sunday. You know what I mean? They know there's a Swamptacular Splashfest right around the corner. So look at it. Look at us now. There's a whole dozen of us. Um, Swish 2 says running isn't very niche, but I enjoy it. Chilogan says you should join the Horde. They love running. Wow. Roasted. Hey, they're taking the tactical advantage. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just wouldn't be smart to stay. You know? I can't hate on a valid strategy in their position. But Swish 2, you say that's not very niche? Yeah, it's a good hobby though. That's a nice like I'm glad you bring it up. I'm glad you mention it. Like, thank you for sharing that. I know more about Swish 2 now, and I feel great about that. Fardotron, you like Zelda Randomizer. Swaps up all the treasure chests, potentially have to complete the game in a weird order. That's awesome. So it's like you told me about this a while ago, to be honest, and I thought it looked awesome. Um you can like make your skin uh pretty customized, right? I saw some cool stuff. Maybe I'm thinking of something different, but I remember you showing me something a while back. If you ever want to learn more about Swish 2, he's got public shit posts on p99.com. Worth the read. Yeah, yeah. So that's where I first met Swish, back in the Forum Quest days. You know? Swish remembers the old Chewy, right? Before I was nice Chewy. There was the old Chewy, and I had jokes, you know what I mean? But I also wasn't nearly as nice. You know, I didn't have this like we're all just EverQuest enjoyers mentality, right? I've changed. I've changed. It would be higher if Sirkin didn't ban your forum request for over a year. Yeah, yeah. Captain Long Whistle, you wonder if N scale railroads is niche hobby? I would say these days it is. It's about as niche as my hobby, right? Which I like coin collecting. I've always liked coin collecting, and it was one of those things that was more popular back in the day, right? Like newer generations care less about it than older generations did, I would say, in general. In general, it seems. Because I'm having trouble finding other coin collectors. You know, I know where to find coins, but coin collectors, those are rare. People collect Bitcoin now, says Splendid Genesis. Yeah, yeah. Ishiwatari EQ, you're not surprised one bit by me liking coin collecting. Yeah, I don't know. I've always You're more of a fan of shit coins, Chilogan says. Captain Longwhistle says I could have all your pennies. Hell yeah. Love pennies. Um I used to not like nickels. You know what I mean? It was something about like the way they're like out of order in size. It's the coin pusher, that's how you knew. Yeah. um I think it bugged me the way like in American coins, right? You got the penny. It's the 1 cent piece. Penny's slang for it. I don't know why. I forget. I feel like there was a reason for it, but I forget. But Penny Two Thumbs, what's going on? Yeah, look at this. Look at this server right now. We got 6 freaking real happy chaps out here in Oasis. Penny was originally a day's labor. Yeah, it's crazy to think about. And when you hold a real old one, they got some substance to them. You know what I mean? Like a large cent is like a big, like thing you feel in your hand. You know, like it's crazy to think about how little a penny is now. Um, with that kind of what's it called? Perspective on it. But yeah, the whole gang's here. It's true. Hey, Benny Two Thumbs, you got any niche hobbies? I'm rambling about coin collection right now. Yeah, inflation, literally. That's literally what happened there. The prices have inflated so much that a penny just got left behind a long time ago. But anyway, so the 1 cent piece is nowadays small, right? A small cent, and then a nickel is like thicker and bigger considerably. And then the 10 cent piece, different material, but it goes down even smaller than the penny. And it's just like something about that. I blame the nickel for that. I don't know. I needed somebody to blame, so I blame the nickel. I just didn't really like nickels, but now I'm starting to get them. It's like I like. You're all right. You're all right, nickel. You like lock sport, aka lock picking, as a hobby. Hey, nice. That's really cool. I had never been able to do that. I had found a book one time and I tried to teach myself and I had zero success, absolutely zero, despite, I devoted what I considered a decent amount of time to it. And I read the whole book, but I was using tools I made myself and I was reading a book. I couldn't do it for shit. But then in a past life here, I was doing office furniture rebuilds, refurbishing, and part of that would entail, um, swapping locks out on stuff. And at one point, I had to open something without a key, and my like manager showed me how to do it and had a actual like pick set, and it was it made sense to me finally. You know what I mean? Like reading about it, it never really made sense. But actually, like being shown it and feeling it for myself, like yeah, I get a desk lock is not as sophisticated as a door lock or whatever. But I think the combination of real tools plus being taught in a way that works better for me made a lot of sense. So I respect that, Benny Two Thumbs. Um, that's definite useful skill in the real world. You know what I mean? Not even nefariously. That's cool. Respect. Nishi Watari Q, you had to learn it in your training as a mechanic. So it's similar to me. Yeah, it's like it's a yeah my homemade tools. Like the book explained how to make the tools and stuff, but like my it just was not nearly as good as a store bought thing. Oh, the double wrench method's more or less a break rock. Gotcha, gotcha. I can picture that now, right? Like using the force of it. You use the drill thousands of times. You don't consider that lockpicking. Sure, sure. More of a destructive method. For the desk locks, I'd use the tensioner wrench or whatever, which is more of like a just like an L shape. Oh shit, what's going on? Yeah. Um, I should probably be slowing, huh? And then you use the pick to set the pins and kind of like feel them bind up. You know, set that last pin and then it goes. Real satisfying feeling. You open a dial padlock by sound, it really freaked you out. Yeah, yeah. A lot of things, you know what I mean? It's the illusion of security. You're just trying to buy enough time that somebody is going to make noise or look suspicious or whatever, or just be discouraged in general, right? Because anything, if someone's if they got the determination of Fippy Darkpaw, you know, it is what it is. There's a community that has different locks ranked. You earn, like in karate belts. You don't really do the belt deal, but it's cool to see the difficulty of the lock you just picked. Heh, nice. Getting this chuck roast ready for the slow cooker, Splendid Genesis. NFL Sundays here, and then you might pop in some EQ. Hey, I appreciate you stopping in. Did I miss anybody else's niche hobbies? Let me scroll up a little bit. Um, yeah, Captain Long Whistle, you do N scale railroad. I'm gonna keep that in mind. If I ever see any N scale out there in the wild, I might have to take a picture and send to you. See what you think. Like I respect the railroad stuff. You know, my grandpa had some cool ones that he, showed me when I was a kid, and I thought it was really cool. I especially like the little trees. Okay, no, let me be honest. I especially liked all the way it was. All the senses are involved, right? You hear it, You see it moving, you smell the whatever, like the small electrical fire or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. It was cool. It was cool. It was even like one of those ones where I think you like added some like water to the little reservoir and then it would steam up, so it's like looking like a real, you know. The lighting is a must. Yeah, yeah. He had it all hooked up like, and then he would take it all apart and put it back in the box and put it back in the garage, you know what I mean? It was all like that. He showed me some real cool stuff back in the day. He was into RC planes, right? He would fly ones, and some of them were like gas motors. You know, like these things were cool. Um, but before that, when he was a kid, the thing he was into was those like gas powered cars that you would have attached to a rope, attached to a stake, and they would like go around the rope and like hit like ridiculous land speeds. You know what I mean? Just super dangerous stuff that like I don't think that they would let children anywhere near nowadays. But you know, kids were building themselves back in the good old days. Yeah, yeah. He showed me some of those from when he was a kid or whatever that he had built, and they were freaking nuts. Just like he, yeah, he was built different. Miss that guy. Miss that whole side of the family. I would consider that a niche hobby. Anybody do that? Or like slot car racing. That's another thing that like had its peak, had its heyday. You know, now we got video games. You know, we don't need slot cars. I went to a slot car track for a birthday party. Not my birthday party. It's some kid in the neighborhood's birthday party, and I thought it was awesome. I thought it was the coolest thing. We got to, you know, race cars, and I couldn't wait to go back. The place was closed like within a year, probably. It was like on its last days when we had that birthday party there. So I've never seen another slot car track since then. I was probably 1993 if I had to guess. I was, you know, RC stuff. You have full club, 30, 40 people in your town in Germany doing RC ships. You see them in the lake near you all the time. That's awesome. I've seen people meeting up at a local park doing drones. They had all like obstacles set up, like hoops hanging from like trees and poles and stuff. Like they were gonna do like some sort of like Star Fox style fly throughs and stuff. There was a whole bunch of people setting up. So I don't know what that all was about. It seemed cool though. That's something I feel like my grandpa would have got into. You know what I mean? He was all about the planes. I could picture him definitely having like a multi-rotor drone. You know what I mean? He was always checking out the new tech. Um, like he had a badass computer that I would play EverQuest on. It was better than my computer because he had Flight Simulator. You know, and I thought that was crazy. He could like take off and land planes in the flight simulator, and I would try and I couldn't do anything. I would crash so bad every time. Like it was a simulator. It was not a game, you know. Um, one of them got the Bismarck, 1.5 meters long, an old WW2 battleship. Interesting. Very interesting. I went on a battleship in Cub Scouts, right? Battleship Cove. Anybody know Battleship Cove? It's in Massachusetts. I almost called it Massive Two Shits. Uh, no offense. But it was awesome. Battleship Cove. I thought it was really cool. You get to stay on the battleship, or at least we did in Cub Scouts. like on cots and stuff. Um, it's the USS Massachusetts, I believe, and it's in Massachusetts. You did that, and the Intrepid. I didn't do the Intrepid. What's the Intrepid? Or was that the submarine over there too? We might have did the Intrepid too, actually. I did pull a little. What's it called? Yeah, it was really cool. I know that there's a section of it that got like hit, right? Like a torpedo hit it in the war. So they kept that section of hull and they got it like on display or whatever. It shows like it's crazy. Like the thing like peeled apart like a tin can, but it's like really thick steel. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty nuts. But yeah, niche hobbies. This is I feel like an interesting topic. But you might not, you know, I don't always get a chance to talk about coins. I guess I could if I wanted to, but like I feel like I'd be forcing it. You know, nobody brings it up. I was about to slow myself instead of the Spectre. That's really smart. Really smart if I'm trying to proc my over there hammer, right? So I don't know. Take this as an opportunity to talk about your hobby. You know, you got anything you're proud of that you just haven't had a chance to bring up? Like now's your chance. I gotta know. I'm asking you. You're not bringing it up. It's me. I want to know. Like swish jogs. I never knew that. Swish. Do you like to jog long distance? Or do you like to? You got a certain route you like to do? You know. I gotta know. Or just the feeling of it. What is it about jogging that does it for you? I recently, I went to, in my hobby, you might call it like a honey hole, right? It's somewhere that they got the good stuff and they don't always know it, right? They kind of just, they pay weight for, the silver content and then they throw it in a tray. And I like to come in there and be like, oh, yeah, yeah, I like to buy silver junk, you know? Let me just look through here real quick. Yeah, let me get these ones. And then try to pay like a price appropriate for a silver weight, and not, a coin shop. They know what they have, and they're like, no, this is rare. Find another one in this condition. No, I'm giving you a great deal here. Like it's not like that at the honey hole, right? The honey hole is special. But I went I went to the honey hole with the intention of doing what I do and getting casually looking through and trying to pick some gems out, that I would never be able to, justify purchasing at a coin shop. You know what I mean? Like get them as junk. That was my plan. But instead, I went in there and I saw something that he knew what he had and it was priced appropriately. I saw it and I wanted it and I was overcome by emotion and I bought it. With all the money that I was planning to, you know, do my thing with. So, eh, almost embarrassing. I don't want to do that again. I don't Next time I feel myself overcome with emotion where it's like I want something and I'm not, you know, I'm not thinking with my head. I'm just like making a move. I can't do that. You know, that shouldn't be done. Like it was okay, but it's just like not a good habit. Warhammer plastic minis are sold at the price of sterling silver. Yeah. Um, there's some magic cards. There's many magic cards that are like worth their weight in gold. I know. That's an expensive hobby too, but I know what you mean. People should rob Warhammer stores instead of banks. That's hilarious. The Warhammer store is awesome. Penny Two Thumb says they do. LOL. Yeah, I've seen some. Speaking of, okay, this isn't a Warhammer store, but I've seen some crazy stories over the years of MTG stores or other card stores. I feel like Pokemon these days is even bringing things to a whole new level over what Magic did. But you ever see that? This was years ago. I don't remember the specifics, but there was a time a store got drilled into, like on some Ocean's 11 heist stuff. Wild stories about how people cheat at MTG to get prizes. I mean, that's a tale as old as time. I've said it before, like not to sound like a sore loser, but anybody who beats me in Magic is a cheater. No, I'm just kidding. Not everybody, but there's definitely been some times that I'm very sus on you know, players. We even caught somebody. The stakes are so low as far as getting caught cheating in Magic. You just say oops, and oh, guess what? He wasn't cheating. It was an accident. You know what I mean? Even see this I think is a real bad precedent. But even at my old local game shop, a dude got caught putting cards into his draft deck that he brought from home. Right? It was Shards of Alara. Not to date myself too bad here, but I remember Shards of Alara. The dude had a Broodmate Dragon from his pocket in his draft deck. And this is not the first time he had been dropping Broodmate Dragon on us on the Friday night drafts. You know what I mean? Um, but this was the first time we caught him, pulling it out and sleeving it like it was in the draft pool. Anyway, he didn't even get like banned or anything like that. Like he really had like faced no punishment. So what's the lesson here? Just like cheating Magic all the fucking time. My name's Big League Chew. That already ages me right there. Yeah. That's funny. They still make that stuff, and it's still good. Still banging for about 40 seconds. And then you spit it out and grab a new piece, a new pack. Warhammer, MTG, and any niche hobby is scalper's dream. You sell stuff for 4 times the price on eBay. Yeah, unfortunately, you see the scalpers in Pokemon a lot these days. I'm not even following that, and I still my feed gets loaded with the rage bait. People with whole carts full of the thing that nobody can find or whatever. Have you ever watched YouTube videos exposing cheaters? It's always people that do the obnoxious shuffling. Yeah. Um, yeah. I'm not condoning this, and I would never do this, but if you want to do well at your local tournament, try drawing an extra card sometime. Try drawing extra cards all the time. If you get caught, say oops. And, and the judge will come over and be like, ooh, you got to put that card back. Don't let that happen again. And if they're really, really trying to punish you, lay the law down, they might make you put it on the bottom or something, or put it, shuffle it back in instead of putting it back on top. You know what I mean? Like, there's no teeth. There's no, especially at a Friday night Magic, and that's why they'll cheat. People will cheat at the lowest level. They'll cheat at, any level they can. People have been caught on like the Star City Open cheating on camera, right? Like it doesn't end. It doesn't begin or end at any level. The game is loaded with cheaters. At least at least in my experience. But that's why I like Arena. Try cheating in Arena. You can't. Beautiful thing. The game's finally a level playing field. All the FOMO boxes coming out. You see them 1 second after the pre-orders start on eBay. People still buy them. Yeah. Um, it's one of those things that it's tried and true. People can get that money, and even if they can get the product and make a profit, they might even ship it to you. If they can't and they got to refund you, they got that free loan. There's all sorts of weird angles that these scammers have on this stuff. And I feel like if they're running a scam, like refunding your money, a month later is like a best case scenario. A Warhammer tournament, a dude got caught using weighted dice. He tried to flush them. Wow, the pictures of it in the toilet. That's hilarious. That was at local to you, or you saw like a post about it or something? That's crazy. Um, so I've never seen a cheater get punished in Magic at a local tournament at any level. I've seen I've seen very sus stuff, right? I've seen people get called out for playing extra lands, drawing extra cards, and it just gets, rewound and, oops, don't let it happen again type stuff. And they might even let it happen again. Like I said, there's no teeth. As long as you say the magic word. As long as you say oops. Cheating requires intent. Mistakes happen. That's the key. That's the key. Anyway, I've never seen a cheater get punished, but I have seen somebody accuse me of cheating and use the confusion as a cover to cheat themselves. And then I got told not to do like whatever thing I didn't do. Like it was like some weird thing where like some guy like was trying to act like I gained life that I shouldn't have gained. I had this lifelink creature, and he was trying to like he called a judge over and was like doing this whole thing like, and they started putting cards down to be like this happened and this happened and this, and then I swear he like changed the board state and got away with it, and he ended up with the win, and I should have had the win. It's bullshit. The cheating will happen right in front of the judge. Is my point, you know. It's all good. I ain't salty about it. I haven't played Magic in so long. All this talking about Magic makes me wanna potentially play. But like I said, it would probably be on Arena. I like that even playing field. You don't have to sit across from anybody. You don't have to deal with the BS that comes with that. And nobody can cheat. A bigger tournament in the UK, you say, you should take? Gotcha. You lost the game because you had a bad sleeve. It was just one. It was subtle. Only planes. MTG Arena, you can't smell your op. So true. That should be their tagline. You could fit that on the icon even, you know what I mean? Who do we contact to make that happen? Mark Rosewater? Morrow? Anyways. What can we do here? People probably want buffs. But yeah, I feel like no matter what your hobby is, if it costs money, You gotta sleep on it, you know? You gotta plan your moves, plan your budget. You can't let emotion take over. That's my lesson. That's my hard learned lesson. Anyway, I want to paint more Warhammer figures, but it's I kind of want ones that look like EverQuest stuff, if that makes sense. I got like scenes in my head that I want to play out, if you know what I mean. So if anybody knows any good Warhammer minifig that looks like an EverQuest troll, or potentially, something where we're getting there, Warhammer the Old World. So that's different than Age of Sigmar or whatever. I gotta see what they got at a Chewie causing mischief in lower Guk diorama. Could you imagine? Swiss Chew, do you like the sound of that? I'll try to make something happen, you know? I cast the Dex buff on myself. I think I meant to cast it on Tross as well. Okay, it's the game that came out after they killed that one. Then they re-released the fantasy under the name The Old World. Okay, okay. Let's see. Grab a little one of these. Anybody else got some Zilkerl? Would you consider Linux your new niche hobby after getting Farm and P99 both up and running? Switch 2, I don't think anything's changed in scale. I think they're all the same scale. But we'll let Ishiwatari answer that. Yeah, if Warhammer changed their scale halfway through, that'd be a rude move. Wait, did that really happen? They did that with 40K? I'm over here just like discounting it like couldn't be. Could never happen. Wow. That's insane. Why would they do that? Doesn't even make any sense. Space Marines outsell everything in that hobby, so of course they did it just to make people have to buy new ones. There must have been like they must have had some reason they gave, right? Oh, they just came with great looking models. That's crazy. Let's see if I have anything to vendor. Yeah, we're just getting started over here. If anybody wants to answer last week's question of the day, still accepting answers, you know, or any past question if you remember them. But we were talking about what makes a good EverQuest player last week. That was, you know, just a jumping off point. That's why my hotkeys are all better because I want to be a good EverQuest player and having good hotkeys. That's key, you know. It's a good look. So I always thought Space Marines were pretty cool because way back in the day when I bought some kit of paint, it came with one. So I painted one and I thought it was cool. You know, it was like since I wasn't trying to play with it because I was more into the fantasy ones. Um, I gotta try to find the few that I had, the undead stuff I had, because that's cool. But anyway, I had a Space Marine since I wasn't like attached to it. I just like painted it real casual, and I had fun doing it. And I thought it came out pretty good. It was like low stakes for me, but I thought I respected the look of the Space Marine. And so what? They made him a little bigger now. When you say it's a different scale, I'm gonna assume that versus smaller. Yeah, halfway through 40. Did I paint them a certain chapter or just whatever colors I felt looked cool? Yeah, I just painted whatever I thought looked cool. I think I made it like blue or something like that. I gotta look. Um, so I had like a box that came with some skeletons, right? Maybe they were archers. No, maybe I think they had like yeah, no, they were not archers. They had like scimitars and swords and stuff like that. And then I had I think like a standard bearer and a musician that I had like bought separate, undead still. And I had some like skeletal cavalry, right? They were like on horses, skeletal horses. I had a couple of those. And I painted them all up and you know, haven't seen them in 20 years. Maybe they're still around somewhere. I'd love to see them if they are. But the thing that I think would be the most useful to me now is I had a little like jar full of extra bits, right? Extra skulls, extra weapons, extra, you know, bones and stuff. And every little thing that I didn't use in a build was in that one jar. And that one jar, I feel, would be like the coolest thing to find out of all of it because that's potential. You know what I mean? Like that's a jar full of anything. I know I liked my cavalry the best. Um, because I thought I did a good job on their. They had kind of like some flowing like robe style cloth under their armor, and I thought I did a good job on like the shading on that or whatever. Like I was proud of it in the day, right? However many years that was ago. It was more than 20 years. I don't know what it would actually look like now with my eyes now, but that's part of why I got the model that I got now, the figure, because it got the robe like that. I was eager to try to do that again. You know, I think I can do it. I think it'll come out good. Anyway, blah blah blah. I'm talking it all up, and you're gonna see it. It's gonna look like I finger painted it. Yeah, kit bashing. I've heard that term before. Right. Perfect for a diorama. There's plenty of undead stuff in EverQuest, so fits. Start 3D printing EQ models, see if Daybreak sues you. Um, well, there is some precedent there for them to sue people, you know what I mean? Don't count it out. Hey, speaking of which, did anybody read all the new documents that I was talking about last week? I'm not rereading them. I'm not rereading anything that I already read last week, right? But we might go check to see if there's any new drops, new leaks, new exhibits and files and all that. Might have to peek. I haven't honestly. I haven't kept up with it all week. There was that new drop. Let's see here. Daybreak. Where's THJ? There we go. Here's the dockets. Oh no, this one wasn't updated since August 12th. Hold on, I gotta find the more updated version here. And I've definitely seen stuff since August 12th. We talked about it. Something. This is the same link I clicked last time. They took stuff off of the docket. There was stuff here that's not here no more. I definitely seen. Or no, okay. Maybe this was added around the 20th, but it was from the 12th. That sounds like possibly. Because this sounds. So the court denied THJ's motion for leave to file supplemental declaration in connection with the plaintiff's supplemental motion for preliminary injunction. That was denied. That was like the latest thing. So I'm not rereading anything, and I'm dangerously close to rereading stuff over here. Seems like they're still battling about it. THJ wants to make a deal now, and Daybreak's more like, come meet my new lawyer. We got a new lawyer on the team, you know? So it doesn't seem like they're making the deal yet. Yeah, I mean, it's been in the system now for multiple months. We're getting to a point where they're gonna finish up and make a ruling pretty soon. Well, you remember part of what Daybreak wanted was all the communications, right? They wanted all the records, the communications, the donations in escrow, like it's pretty obvious what their end goal is. And Ishiwatari Q, you might be right. You might be right. We'll see though. It's up to the court to decide now. Because, like I said, the last things that happened were pretty much THJ trying to present a deal and it looking like the court striking it down slash Daybreak digging in for what could be the final strike as far as if it's a battle, you know what I mean. They're coming in for the finisher. I think we'll see. It could have already happened by now. This docket reporter website updates when it updates. If you want more up-to-date stuff, you just feel free to log into the official.gov website with your official judicial login, which, not being a lawyer or judge in California, it ain't me. The good of the scorpion, also the good of the frog. Surely we will both drown. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think the problem was the success, right? Let's face it. A lot of servers have existed, and some of those servers have even had microtransactions. But we've never had a server of that scale with the microtransactions. That's, of course, I'm talking about an emulated server, right? That's the big distinction here. Had live servers with microtransactions, sure, they could do that. The THJ donation page was wild. Wish you took on the Ko-fi. Wish you took a screenshot. Yeah, I mean that's all hidden now, but I feel like everything will come to light. You can see who donated, which is a wild move in general. Usually, you would want to have some level of protection for the backers, right? 220 plus donations an hour at the time. Yeah. I mean, it adds up. We know even after all that went underground, right? The trail was buried a little bit, et cetera, et cetera. Even after all that, you were still able to go to their Discord and just see the donor color names. There's a lot. There's a lot of donors. You assume some of them donated more than the minimum required to get that color name, right? To be like considered a backer, contributor, whatever. You know what I mean? Some of them might have even donated more. But if they donated just the bare minimum, it still adds up to a lot. We're talking probably six figures, right? Like that's a very reasonable guess. Donating for Discord status. Hey, I'm not gonna hate on it. Really not. People can do whatever they want. Easily six figures, you say? Yeah. I feel like it's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. Five figures is a guarantee, at least five. We know it's not anywhere less than that. And you know, the fact that there's a real lawsuit with a real team of lawyers, you know, tells you it ain't chump change. I mean, they had their chance to bend, right? To kiss the ring. They had to kiss the ring when the opportunity was presented, and they did not. They did not kiss the ring, and instead they had some real see you in court energy. And I called it a bold move at the time, if you recall. You know, when I was loudly giving my opinion that nobody asked for, I said it's a bold move. Let's see how it plays out. And you know, it seemed like they were, I don't want to say bluffing, but they were kind of counting on Daybreak to be bluffing, right? Being sent a strongly worded letter, a lawyer's letterhead, you know, that's one thing. But like actually having to go to court is another, right? And I think they were trying to, you know, see this strongly worded letter or whatever and be like, this is nothing. See in court, you know, if you're really about it, prove it. And then Daybreak was like, yep, we're really about it. And then THJ got the lawyers they got. I'm just gonna blame the lawyers, right? I'm not gonna. I don't want to believe that it's an EverQuest enjoyer that came up with the defense here, right? Let's blame the lawyers for their defense. Their defense is ridiculous. The whole pointing the fingers at the users, the whole pointing the fingers at P99 and other servers, like that's, oh my god, it's so out of touch. It's so out of touch with the agreement. Like even though you may not have known like the exact terms of the agreement, like just knowing that an agreement existed should have been enough to shut that whole argument down before it, you know, was said. Now that it's been said, like you sound crazy. Anyway, what's finger pointing at users? So the THJ lawyers, um, their whole defense is just like a whole runaround that's not saying much, right? It doesn't bring up the money. It doesn't bring up anything like that. It's just like there's other servers doing it. And actually, it's not even my clients who are pirating, you know, it's all these players who are downloading titanium files. They're the pirates, you know? That's the whole argument, which is crazy. You think they made more donations than Daybreak made on the TLP? I mean, that would be something that might make somebody feel a certain way. You know what I mean? Say you're at Daybreak and you own something and you feel like you should be profiting off it and you see somebody making more, you might feel a certain way. You know, that's human nature. But yeah, the finger pointing at users, just as far as the files, they're trying to they've tried to point out some technicality that like actually um, hosting a server that's just a bunch of ones and zeros. You know what I mean? You want to talk stealing IP. It's the players, right? It's honestly in their argument, and that which is why I said like I don't want to believe that that's actually, you know, them. You know, I want to believe that they hired some lawyers and told them like come up with the best defense you can for me, and this is what the lawyers came up with. That's my cope. I don't know these guys, but I don't want to believe that they're like that. Yeah. The reason it looks so crazy is because Daybreak responds with among other things, the agreement between P99 and Daybreak. And you could see in the agreement, it's very, very specific that basically, like, the things that they're accusing the users of doing is like what Daybreak is like cool with the users. Not as far as pirating it, but as far as like getting the files themselves and not being provided by the server. You know what I mean? Like that's like Of course, like duh. Like you're gonna blame them for doing it right. I was rooted while doggy paddling. Yeah. You feel bad for people who lost their hobby, but you won't miss the THJ arc in EQ history. I mean, I think it was pretty cool. I think it was very interesting, and I'm trying to separate the good from the bad, right? As far as like, I don't want to hate the whole thing just because of the filings. Out of all the filings, though, I thought the funniest part was almost like pretending that the lawsuit's about something different, if that makes sense. Like it's not what they're saying, it's what they're not saying. The THJ lawyers, and what they're not saying is basically anything based on the money or the content or anything like that. It's more about like it's not really about anything. It's a whole runaround about P99 and about you know pretty much just P99 and EQ Emu in general and just that like it's existed for so long that like EverQuest or Daybreak clearly doesn't care. Slash, we thought we had express permission because reasons. I don't know. It's funny. It's really funny. Good boy. Back up. But anyways, I don't want to call it ancient history now. It's still ongoing. Just got to wait and see what the final judgment is or whatever. And if it's some sort of settlement that we never get to see or hear about, you know, let's start coping with that now because that's probably the outcome. There'll probably be some sort of an agreement was reached type thing. Maybe. If Daybreak allowed it to run as a subscription service they owned, you'd say everybody wins. I mean, I guess the issue becomes that they don't slash won't. They don't have it slash won't have or like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. Like I feel like if they could, they would. They maybe don't have the capability of making it happen. I'm gonna be out of sight. Yeah, fell too far. But who knows? That might happen with P99 someday, right? Now that we've seen the agreement, we know what the long term play is, and that's the key here. It's long term. the agreement is very forward thinking as far as the history and the future of P99. Um, it belongs to, you know, who it belongs to, and it can't be transferred. It can only be, discontinued or handed off to Daybreak when it, when the powers that be finally decide that they've had enough. It could never be sold. It can never be transferred. Right? That's in the agreement. So hopefully, of those two options, for us EverQuest enjoyers, we hope that it gets transferred to Daybreak, and then Daybreak's the new Rogan now, and they'd probably have their hand out, like give us a little something something. One Chronos should do, or whatever. Versus the alternative of it's just poof gone. Right? Those are the only two options for P99. It's in writing, it's notarized, it's signed, it's dated. It's over a decade old, that agreement. You would have drug 5M into it, said if Daybreak really cared about the money or potential money, they would create a platform for the emu community to create and build servers. And that's an interesting take. Um, it is an interesting take. It seems like they've been pretty cool about the emu community as far as they know what we're doing is, I'm not going to call playing a labor of love. We're playing. But the people who make the servers and maintain the servers, that's a labor of love, right? Um, in fact, it can't really be anything else because if it's more than just love, that means there's money, and they want that money. They really really do. But they seem cool as long as it's a labor of love. They seem cool with that. But that being said, maybe go get your own agreement like Quarm did, right? P99 had the agreement for a long time. Quarm just recently secured an agreement of some sort. Again, this one is like the P99 one. It's more of a behind the scenes deal that we know exists, but we don't know the exact verbiage until now. Right now, the P99 agreement has been leaked. And it even says it's not confidential. Could have fooled me. Is Turtle WoW getting sued now by Blizzard? What is that a new update? Ever like that since Daybreak sued THJ, now Blizzard has sued Turtle WoW? Is that what you're saying, or that's what you're asking? Can anybody confirm? You like to laugh at people shitting on Daybreak as if they wouldn't do the same if they were in Daybreak's position. Yes, the way they run EQ sucks. That's obvious. Um, yeah, that is the timeline. Wow. So that's the ripple effect. When I was, yapping about this, I brought up the greater effect it could have on the EQ emu community and beyond. This is the beyond. WoW copying EQ still 26 years later, yeah. Farotron, thank you for notifying me of that. I'm going to bookmark this for later perusement. How do I copy this? There we go. Okay. Remember when Turtle WoW got hacked? It was like a year ago or something. Maybe just their website. got like vandalized. Anyways, does anybody remember in you know EverQuest enjoyers and World of Warcraft enjoyers? There's not always a ton of overlap there, but I know there's some World of Warcraft enjoyers out there. Does anybody remember what those things were called? The little tiny critters. Like I think the first ones you encounter are probably like pests, like a roach and a mouse, stuff like that. Like these little critters, and you could like they had different rarities, and you could like battle them. Does anybody remember what the heck were those called? That was the only thing I liked in World of Warcraft. I don't know when they added them, at what point in the pet battles. Is that what they were called? That's what I liked. That was the one thing in that game I enjoyed, and I thought it was really good. Oh, Lord, the Pokemons. Pet battles. Yeah, I was big into the pet battles. I wouldn't mind seeing. You would have kept doing that after. Wait, they changed it, or you're talking? Oh, you're talking about the sub playing without a sub. Right, right. You used to be able to pay gold for a sub, right? Did they stop that? 'Cause I remember I was. Oh, you still can. I was paying for a sub with gold because I was doing a lot of flips in the market. But I was mostly just trying to play for pet battles. That's all I cared about. Anyway, hopefully they still have the pet battles, right? That's still in there. Anybody know? Um, or did they do away with it like they did away with the fishing collection in Fortnite? I was so that ruined the game for me when they got rid of keeping track of what kind of fish and what size and stuff. I had no reason to play anymore. All right. Did I cast Spirit of Monkey on Cross? No, only Lugi. Here it comes. Spirit of Wolf, maybe? Trying to think of what to keep up. Ah, of course. Star Wars The Old Republic Classic now. That'd be great. They followed the way Blizzard handled things pretty much step by step. Interesting. I never played that one. Oh, now you want to levitate. I got you. Oh wow. I wanted to see if I was almost to halfway through 40 yet. More than 60% through. Time flies when you're yapping. Anybody got any niche hobbies they want to yap about? Oh, scaling everything to your level. Yeah, I mean it's a way to even the playing field a bit, right? And not have to worry about that level of matchmaking. I kind of get it, but like, yeah, if everything's too smooth, where's the edge? You got to have some edge here. Oh, you want to take the boat? Let's take the boat. Let's take a boat. We're just getting started, so we might as well. You'd buy that t-shirt? What t-shirt? If everything's so smooth, where's the edge? Or what? It sounds funny. Boat. Starving children capitalists who would have killed for that copyright deleted, I know. Won't anyone think of the hungry lizards? You want some big league merch? You know what? I'll try to get something going, Pacer Loco. And I'll be like, due to popular demand. That's you. You're the popular demand. Nice to meet you. How about something that says, I got harm touched in lower guck and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Something of the sort. Or something even stupider than that. Like I went to lower guck to farm flowing black silk sash for my level 17 Bardal, and all I got was harm touched by Chewy What a Wookie and this lousy t-shirt. I don't know. I'll, I'll see. See what I can fit. Sell the FPSS. Hell yeah. That's a good idea. Get t-shirts anywhere. Where are you gonna go get a flowing black silk sash? A lot of text on that shirt, yeah. Loogie says thanks for the idea. Gonna sell it first. Wow. That's what happens. How it goes. Okay, everybody on the boat. Y'all here? I'm grabbing some more coffee. When I get back, we're gonna be in Timorous Deep. It's gonna be a wonderful place. They even got a KFC there. That's where we're gonna go. Where am I? Okay, finally. Land ho. Hey, anybody got a niche hobby? So, speaking of my niche hobby, right? I got a little coin collecting story for you. This one, another one of those times where I'm just like snitching on myself. Nobody needs to know this story. You know what I mean? I could have just like kept it to myself, but here I go. Here I go. I'm going to tell you this story. I got real excited the other day. I was looking at a coin and I'm cross-referencing with the website, you know what I mean, and trying to find um what the deal is. And I realized there's one that, like, if you look at the back, um, does it have the reverse of the 78 or the 79? I'm talking 1878 or 1879. But anyway, so I'm looking real careful. I'm like, this is the reverse of the 78. So I'm like, which is the good one? And I check. It's like, oh my god, I got the good one. I'm all excited, like I hit the lotto. Of course, it has the reverse of the 1878. It was the 1878. It would if it was the 1879 with the reverse of the 1878, it would have been a big deal. But every 1878 has the reverse of the 1878. Anyway, I got for about 2 seconds, I thought I freaking hit it big, but it's still, I'm still happy with it, but not as happy as I was for a split second in time there. You collect VHS tapes? Nice. Do you care 90s anime? So what's your preference? Do you own them to watch them, or do you want like mint condition sealed is the dream? You know what I mean? Or do you like them so much you would have both? You know, you'd have the mint one to look at and the open one to watch. What's your deal, Zilkaril? I gotta know. Gotta know. 90s anime VHSs. You would have loved this little store that was semi-local to me. It closed down so many years ago, like a lot of the video stores did, you know. But they had all the cool stuff. You don't watch them. The quality doesn't matter too much, though. You're just like, I'm on the shelf. Your favorite in your collection is the U.S. renditions complete set of the Guyver. Never seen that one. Sounds cool. Um, yeah, VHSs look great on a shelf. I miss that. DVDs look nice too, but there's less real estate, right? The VHSs had more room for graphic design. You could see them from further away. They make more of an impression. A bold statement. Yeah, I can respect that. I can respect that. Your parents rented it for you when you were like 8. They thought it was for kids. It was very much not for kids. It's a cartoon, though. Yeah, I can imagine. I never seen that particular one you're talking about, but I can imagine all sorts of potential content issues across the genre by our Western standards. 90s anime is the absolute best. You know what? One, I might have brought this up on stream one time. Maybe not though. If I did, it was a long time ago, so I'm gonna bring it up again. You got me on a good tangent. I seen one 90s anime, one episode of it, and I liked it so much that I never watched another episode yet. You know what I mean? It was almost too intense. And one of these days, I'm gonna get around to watching more of it because I loved it. I loved it. I watched one episode and I loved it. Initial D. Anybody ever see Initial D? Um. Anyway, there's it's about like street racers. It was really cool. I love the cars. I love the style of it. Everything about it, and it's almost too real. Like it was almost hard to watch because in the first episode, one of the characters is driving like recklessly, and I'm watching him drive. You know what I mean? You're like in the driver's seat, like experiencing it from his point of view. Chiloga, you say Initial D's goaded. Um, yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Then this first episode, I used to have that car, so I'm there connecting with the dude. You know what I mean? Like I'm watching it and I'm feeling it, and I'm like, man, I have this car. I don't know what they call it in they're like all their car names are like fantasy, but like they're real cars for sure. The dude had an Integra. The dude with the Integra, I'm there like loving his car, but I'm not loving the dude. The dude's driving like a idiot, and I'm like in the driver's seat with him, and it's just like giving me a panic attack. And then he crashes it, and I'm just like, oh my god, this show is just too intense. But I like the other guy, the dude that's like doing deliveries and you know, keeping the water still while he's taking all the like the mountain curves and stuff. It's cool. That show is cool as shit. That one episode I watched. You had two different Integras. What a great car. Herb stock. What an amazing car. I highly regret ever getting rid of mine. I drove it into the ground over many years. You know what I mean? But it was still it still had some life left in it, and I knew that. So I put a for sale sign, and very quickly, some dudes pulled up, and they said, "Can we work on it right here?" I said, "You got till sundown," and they got it running. You put over 100K on the silver one. Hell yeah! I had white on white. Oh yeah, yeah. Mine. I had a 92 also. It was beautiful. What beautiful lines on those. I want another one. That's like my dream car. Or a Prelude. I would take a Prelude. Your red one got rear-ended. Oh, man, it's terrible. Sorry to hear that. Um, so one time, my coworker back in the day had this beautiful silver Prelude. Beautiful. It was probably like the same year, 92 maybe. It was like early 90s. Like my favorite ones are the, you know, not when they switched to the round headlights. I call them the frog eyes. Like I like the frog eyes good enough, but I'm talking before that, where they got like the rectangle headlights. Anyway, he had like a Prelude from that era, and it was so crispy and it was silver, and he took such good care of it. And then one day he showed up driving like a new Mazda or something like that, and I was like, "What happened to the Prelude?" And he's like, "Oh, I sold it." I didn't even know it was for sale. I like wanted to cry. You know, I went into that story after you were talking about getting rear-ended, so I at least it's not that. I hope to give you a little Shyamalan twist there. The car was in, it was fine, just not, you know, owned by him anymore. Yeah, it's got to be stick. I feel like it would be a total waste to have any of those cars automatic. I know some people do that, but you got rear-ended by a Scion. One thing I didn't like, you know, a lot of those cars have this problem. Everything is in there so tight. You know, it has to be, right? They're not large. It's not like so I my first car was a big American car, you know, where you could like open the hood and like sit in there and work on something. You know what I mean? Like you got room. You got elbow room. You got wiggle room. Uh doing the Macarena in there. Um no. Switching to, going from that to a Japanese car, it was, you know, I was no longer able to put anything my grandpa taught me to use. You know, I had to change a belt, and I only ever tried that one time, right? Had my friend come over. I was already like halfway apart and having trouble. Called my friend up, you know, I think we had to go to the AutoZone or something, and we were both out there scratching our heads because you got to take out the I think you got to take out the windshield wiper reservoir. You got to take out the windshield wiper motor. You got to take out this. You got to take out like every like you're disassembling the car just to get to anything, just to get to anything. And you know that's just how it is. I'm that. That's I don't know if I'm about that life. You got an Impala after the first Integra. You went backwards. That is funny. Um, I don't. You know what I hate these days? How everything is like in a box, right? They like black box every component of cars. They don't want you working on shit. Um, I hate that. You know, it's just such a move backwards. We should be like easier to work on things nowadays, not harder. You replace the shocks and struts. Yeah, yeah. Um, I had bought some like I was gonna lower mine. I think I got some like coilovers or something. I never ended up using them. They're probably still sitting somewhere in the box. I had high hopes, but I did that with a few things for that car. I was gonna put the racing gauges like up the door post there. You know what I mean? Where you got like the oil and all the stuff like instead of in the dash like up the left. I had that whole kit. I don't think I ever uh, even attempted. Just high hopes one day. Anyways, maybe next time. Next time I find one of those. I thought I saw a Prelude for sale the other day. It was just somebody parked it like a weird angle in their yard. It was not for sale. Never. They're never gonna be free. People who have those like them. You know. You like your '08 Audi? Oh yeah. Bartotron, your coolest car ever was a mid 2000 CRV with a card table in the back. That's nice. Those are CRVs are very popular out here. LED lights connect like a projector, like playing Pong on the wall. The Audi A6 does that? Well, you play like projector games? You feel like your AI powered toothbrush is smarter than you? It's an illusion. Anyway, cars is a that could be a niche hobby, right? I enjoy cars, but like I also get really frustrated. I think I'm at a point in my life where like anything beyond the most basic of things. You know, assuming a modern car that's not meant to be worked on by people who aren't like the mechanics or whatever. I'm just I'm gonna sit it out. You know, like an oil change. I'll do an oil change. Brakes, maybe. That's a lot. It's not really that much, but like even that, even that, I might be like, I'm tired of bashing my knuckle on the ground or whatever. I'm just might be over that life. Oh, the lights specifically can like make street signs more visible, so they're almost glowing. I don't know the word for that either, but that's pretty cool. I've seen stuff like that. When I worked in warehouses, sometimes warehouses would have like robot forklifts and stuff, and it seemed like they had some sort of technology like that. Because sensors would have like kind of like reflectors on them, and the way these robot forklifts would light up the reflectors was different than just shining a light on a reflector. You know what I mean? Like shining a light on a reflector reflects the light, and you know what I mean? It looks a certain way that you're used to seeing. But the whatever kind of weird lights and who knows, maybe there's like lasers involved or something, whatever it was, it would make these whole reflectors like really glow. And um I feel like you could do it with a scanner gun too. If you shined a scanner gun at the reflectors, they would kind of glow like that too. But it was weird. It might be something like that. Yeah, just don't break them. Yeah, changing light bulbs is a blessing. You know, not all cars are created equal like that. Some of them you gotta replace the whole like sealed light unit. Um, so I think that trying to think, maybe the only car I've ever had to do that with was it was a pretty cool car. It was an early '80s, maybe an '83 Mercedes um, E-Class, right? It was like the economy model, you know what I mean? It wasn't the fancy Mercedes, but it was fancy to me. I thought this thing was cool as shit. It was like it was kind of exotic. It had one wiper in the middle. It might have had a three-cylinder engine now that I think about it. But anyway, it was I had to replace a light. And I'm thinking I'm just gonna swap a bulb, and no, no, no. You need a sealed unit. It's cool. It's a cool little car. It's like the ugliest color. You know, not a color I would pick, but it was not the diesel. I know they did make a diesel Mercedes. Splendid Genesis, you say it had some lame cars. Sundance, Mystique, Lumina, Passat, Cavalier, Neon, Sable. Now that you drive an SUV, you don't think you go back to a car? That's quite the list of cars. I had a Cavalier or two out of that list. I don't think I ever had a good Cavalier. think I always had problems with my Cavaliers. You had an old Audi 100 V5. Best sound. Your grandma pulled up with it. You thought it was a race car in the driveway. You borrowed a mid 80s Mercedes diesel for a few weeks back. I'm going to guess you meant 2016 or something. Okay, yeah, 2016. While your car's being worked on, today was the by far the slowest car you've ever driven. Yeah. Mine wasn't a diesel, but it wasn't really that fast either. But it had some cool features that to me that I thought were cool. It had an analog clock in the dash. I thought that was an awesome touch. That's like just 80s luxury vehicle thing. I feel like even though it was the E class, you know what I mean. It was still like a Mercedes. And I was like, I had never had a analog clock in the dash before. I was easily impressed by that. Ashtrays everywhere. Yes, yes, that's a key feature in all '80s vehicle. Um, my first car was a real tank. I had a Monte Carlo, a Butte. I can't justify a vehicle like that, and with today's gas prices, even back then gas prices. I picture somebody fresh out of high school trying to deliver pizza during and as the crisis is beginning, right? Gas was like reaching five. I call it the crisis because I wasn't around for like the '70s crisis, right? I was not even born yet. I know you guys had a crisis before my little early 2000s crisis, all right? But like gas got crazy uh when I was a younger adult, and it got hard to justify driving any sort of guzzler, um, even just as a daily driver, let alone like actually like trying to make money driving. I remember the day because I'm always doing math. It helps me pass the time, right? Like if I'm back in the day delivering pizza, I knew what my like highest tip was of the day. I knew what my lowest tip was of the day. I knew my average tip. I had all these numbers on the top of my head, and I knew what I was spending on gas, and I knew what I was, making per hour, and blah blah blah. And I remember the day that I realized I was making less than minimum wage. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, after I spend my gas money, like I'm paying them for like a not great job. I was stuck in the chat window there. Um, that sucked. Is what it is. Prices came down. I started delivering again, but I got the Integra uh, for that. Back in the good old days, when you know what I mean, if you wanted to get food brought to your house, there's pizza places or there's the Chinese places. You know what I mean? And if you were delivering for one of those two, you had almost a little career there. You were kept busy enough. I don't know how it is nowadays with DoorDash, Uber Eats, this and that. Like, there's so many options. Can you be like a pizza delivery person anymore? Is that like still a career path? Like, I know some places have their delivery guys, but like they must be now that they're competing with literally every restaurant in the friggin' town and not just only the other pizza places and only the other Chinese place. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a different world. I don't know. You're putting wear and tear on your car. That's the hidden cost of that job. You know, it's not even that hidden. Like it adds up. Still a thing in the UK. I like to pick up my own pizza. You know, like I respect the option of it. It's nice that it could be brought if you needed it, but like then you gotta tip somebody. Just go get it. Dude, it's easy enough. Imagine smaller place are outsourcing the DoorDash. Yeah, yeah. The delivery apps, the drivers mostly suck at bringing hot food. Yeah, I mean stuff sits around. Like, I feel like even if you work at the same old place, like if I worked at the same place I used to work, I just feel like there's no way they're delivering as many pizzas as they used to deliver. Because even some of the pizzas that they're selling and are going to customers' houses, they might even have like a third party might come pick it up. You know, like maybe you as a store have your own driver, but like if somebody orders you via DoorDash, like it is what it is. Like somebody else is coming to bring that. That's just, you know, it used to be bad enough when there was another driver in there and you got to compete with another driver that you work with. Now you're competing with other drivers you don't even work with. Not to mention how unsafe it is, statistically more dangerous than police. I definitely believe that. I had some very sketchy situations my days delivering pizza. I used to deliver pizza all across, the central Connecticut area. There's some disparity there between the good areas and the bad areas. You got to bring pizzas to all of them. Had a dude drop your food in the walkway. The bag fell apart because it was too greasy from the burger. Yeah, yeah. Um, I mean, with any day, not just pizza delivery drivers, but everybody, you just got to keep, like Earth is a PvP enabled server basically. You gotta keep your head on a swivel. You gotta stay aware. Um, if I ever had a delivery that felt sketchy, I was not trying to put myself in a situation, and um, if that meant I was calling them and telling them, you know what, come to my car. If you want your pizza, you got to come out to my car. I would do that. Not very often, but like if I, you know what I mean? If I saw somebody like hiding behind a friggin' pillar, like peeking, you know what I mean? Like waiting for me to step like past them, I'm not doing that. And what some of the places I worked for were open really late, and just like after a certain hour, the percentage of like calls that are people trying to rob you or just get higher and higher. And I never got robbed because when I would smell it, I wouldn't go through it. They just don't deliver after dark. Yeah, that's the better policy. You know what I mean? But these companies are freaking they want that money. Hotels were always the sketchiest, right? Because of the implication. These people are from out of town. They don't, you know what I mean? They don't have no reputation to withhold. That might not even be their hotel room. They're bringing you to a location that, has no record of them. I smell crime. Mm-hmm. You used to stay strapped at your Domino's gig, runs with sheep. You gotta do what you gotta do. Um, I think for me personally, I didn't like having too much cash on me. Right, this was back in the day when like credit cards were used. Yeah, credit cards have been used like my whole life. Blah blah blah. But you know what I mean? Like cash was still used a lot when I was delivering. It was probably the majority of deals were cash and occasionally a credit card. But nowadays, I would imagine there's a lot less cash. But back then, it was like you knew a delivery driver had a lot of cash on them at any given time. So you're like a target. You got a big target on. So we wouldn't use the signs on the car because that's like just asking for it. And yeah, you'd have to be smart about where you were, when you were, what's going on around you, all that stuff. But for me, my key was always to leave the wad with my boss. I would do like drops through the night because I didn't like carrying all the cash. A lot of people liked carrying the wad. They felt like a big shot holding the boss's money all night, you know? You got to give it in at the end of the night anyway. Like, why not make drops? That was my theory on it. I would keep a little log with him, make him sign, like, I already gave you money so we weren't arguing later. But I wasn't trying to get caught out there and then owing money later on because that's what would happen. You know what I mean? You get robbed for the boss's money. That sucks, you know? But the boss ain't about to get robbed. He's about to make you pay for that. Sponge Genesis gonna make somebody a domino. I get it. Took me a second. Yeah, yeah. You got to keep the paper though. I never trusted like that. Not. I wasn't trusting the customers. I wasn't trusting the scammers, and I wasn't trusting my boss either. It is what it is. Trust no one. Um. So one of my friends got robbed at the pizza place, but he wasn't on a delivery. He got robbed at knife point in the store. And I remember like not laughing at him because that sounds mean, but just being like kind of taken aback by like how are you gonna get robbed at knife point in a pizza shop? You're surrounded by bigger knives. You know what I mean? Like you reach any direction, you're gonna pull out like stuff that could probably be closer labeled a sword than a knife. You know what I mean? But then again, like it ain't worth it. He handed over the money because it was more worth it to himself than whatever. But then he ended up getting fucked over because of it. The boss said it must have been an inside job, like made him pay it back, which I'm pretty sure would be illegal. But like, what are you gonna do? I felt bad for him, but at the same time, like I said, I was like, you bringing a knife to a sword fight to grab a sword, my dude. But I wasn't there. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the dude got the jump on him. Like, it wasn't like, whatever. You know what I mean? But, yeah, nice boss for real. That dude sucked. Okay, so this guy was one of the worst bosses I ever had. No, okay, never mind. He's probably not even top five worst bosses I ever had, but he was pretty bad. Listen to this guy. He won the pizza place. He actually won a chain of five pizza places, or I think it was a chain of like eight, and he won like five of the locations in a poker game. And he showed up to, and this was like one of my first days working there. I had first met a different boss, but then that boss lost the restaurant along with other locations. And then I met a new boss, and he was just this coked out maniac that would just show up every now and then to like freaking tear through cabinets like he was looking through something and then like run. He would leave his car running and then he would like take off on foot, like all sweaty. Like the dude was just geeked out of his fucking mind. Um, but he would just come like if he wasn't there to tear through cabinets, he was there to yell at us for not having the signs on the car, which I already mentioned. We were not about to put signs on our car that basically said like we're carrying cash, rob us. Um, but he would freak out that every second that we weren't wearing the sign on the car was like 10,000 lost customers per second. He was trying to explain to us like how people see the sign and they get hungry and then they order the pizza and they know we exist, and you got to try to like, think like a maniac for this to make sense. But anyway, by his logic, 10,000 customers per second were lost by us not using our signs. Yeah. 19 inches or 19 feet, a knife wielder would be in mortal danger. Okay, I can see that because you could close that gap real quick. Real quick. I got a whole list of worst bosses. I know. I try not to drag real life into it too much, but over the course of a 7-hour stream, I go on a lot of tangents. People, 10,000 people are starving to death every minute that the sign is not on the car. If only they knew pizza existed. If only they could be quickly informed by that delivery sign. That guy was a maniac. He no longer owns that chain of pizza restaurants. I would assume he lost it like he got it. Yeah. What a maniac. But yeah, he made my coworker a good friend of mine, honestly. Um, we had met at that job, but we're still friends to this very day, 20 years later. He made him repay the money that he was robbed. So sucks. Time to get that back. Hell yeah. Well, I had one worse pizza boss than that. And I had another one that was close, just below, not quite as bad. The one who was not quite as bad, I like to believe that that character from Grand Theft Auto was modeled after. Nico. I'm not sure which game. That was even his name. Um, he was all right. You know what I mean? He was a pretty bad boss. He was like, you know what I mean? He was hot or cold. Like, I don't want to diagnose anything, but you know what I mean? It was like dealing with two different dudes. Sometimes he was all right, but sometimes he was just such a dick, and he would fire me like every day. And then one day I just stayed fired. He was always threatening to cut off people's heads too. That was a bit much, but that was one of the qualities I liked about him more. Probably just a Gemini, maybe. Um, but the worst pizza boss I had was really bad because um, she cut every corner. The place was disgusting. Like, that show Kitchen Nightmares? This was like worse than that one really bad one. It was like up there. You know what I mean? When I saw that episode, it reminded me of this one place I used to work. And by that I mean they had a sewage leak in the basement that was untreated, right? So the basement was filling up with sewage. So you weren't allowed to open the basement door because that would, bring the sewage smell in. Um, the way they would defrost stuff was putting it in, we called it the salmonella sink, right? That's where you defrost the chicken wings, and it was a sink where they'd keep like room temp water, and then we'd say you'd skim the salmonella off. It was really like the fat or whatever, but like it would all like form like a crust on the top, and you'd like skim that aside and like pour the new wings in there. This is what they did. This is like really how they lived. People would get really sick. I wonder why. But anyway, the reason she was a bad boss was because she evaded taxes, got the place shut down, and never gave us our last paychecks, and was frequently gambling our paychecks, and we wouldn't get paid for a couple weeks, until she could win the money back. If they have chicken, don't do it. Right. Pizza places are not chicken places, let's face it. And it's funny. The place has been closed for decades because of tax evasion. The government shut it down eventually. Um, but the health inspector quit. He quit in the middle of the walkthrough, so that was a success. They never ended up getting failed over that, but the government did shut it down shortly thereafter. So maybe the tax stuff got sped up. The investigation got sped along there. But anyway, it was just so gross, and people to this day, 20 years later, will bring it up like nostalgically, like remember this delicious place. It's like you don't even freaking know. Like how do you? I don't know. You cooked for 15 years. These stories are the best herb stock. Yeah, yeah. So I'm done with food service. I'm so like that's. I always say that term in a past life, right? That's one of my past lives. I'm done with that life. No more food service. It has its good times too. You know what I mean? There's a good camaraderie, right? You'll make some good friends working in that world, but because you're all kind of like victims of the same shit. You've had many past lives too. Yeah, I think it's just like it's just part of life nowadays. You know what I mean? Like, uh, we're in a world that doesn't really reward sticking with anything, really, right? You're just gonna get stuck. Wages are stagnant, etc., etc. You gotta like make your own raises by just changing it up. Go somewhere else that's paying more. We're all mercenaries now. You know, it is what it is. Oh, right. So huge red flags on job postings, right? If they say we're like a family, huge red flag. If they say you're gonna wear a lot of hats, that's like a lot of red flags right there. I've seen that one. Seen that for some terrible listings. One of my Here's one of my niche hobbies. Right, look up the job postings for places I don't work anymore and see if they're still trying to hire me. You know what I mean? They'll add that one. You got to wear a lot of hats. No way. I ain't coming back. You ain't getting me or any of my hats. I got this hat. Hold on. I got another hat. Hold on. Got the pink bucket. They ain't getting any of my hats. Anyways, huge red flag. Yeah, if they say you're all family here, like they mean they yell at you. They mean they're about to like yell at you and then apologize later. New job title and no raise. Yeah, those places are always trying to push it to the limit. They want to know what's your limit. How can we push you there? Right. If you get a raise that's less than inflation or whatever, you basically got a pay cut. You yelled, "I thought we're all family here" at your boss at Olive Garden one time. Uh, this one might not make sense unless you've seen the commercials. But one time at Raymore and Flanagan, I said, "If two names say it all, who's all these other guys?" Worked in the warehouse. It sucked. That was a bad one. Managers say their job is to motivate people by any means necessary. By any means necessary. Herbstock, I'm sorry that you got yelled at over unpaid wages that they said that you lied about. That's messed up. You know what I mean? When I talk about bad bosses, nothing will get you on that shit list faster than not paying people their wage. You know what I mean? It's bad enough you're offering the wages you're offering for the jobs you're asking, but then you don't even want to pay that. You've gone beyond rude, straight to criminal. You say that in restaurants, especially when you start working at nice restaurants. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy what places you can't even say think they can get away with. It's more like they know they can get away with it. Because a lot of times, underpaid employees are in the worst position to advocate for themselves, right? And they know that, and they like that. They like to keep. This is starting to sound like my Labor Day rant all over again. No, no, no. I'm gonna. Anybody got a niche hobby? Let's switch it up. Let's switch it up. We got a niche hobby. Got the pink. We're wearing a lot of hats today. All right. Hold on. How about this one? How about the petty chewy hat? Don't ask me for shit. Don't ask me for shit. No. We're not gonna be petty chewy today, but that's a hat. Creeping death. What's going on? Us Americans and our work culture, and it's because it takes up a big part of our waking lives. Shout out to 30 people viewing. That's what's up. We're out here enjoying EverQuest. How are you doing, Creeping Death? How about something niche within a hobby? There you go. Yeah, yeah. Any way you want to rearrange the words of this question of the day to make it a more interesting question for you, I'm all for it. You want to add words? You want to take away words? Whatever. Anybody got a niche? Tell me about your niche. Bartotron's favorite hobby is workers rising up to seize the means of production. I know. See, one of the precautions that they've put in place against that is kind of separating us from the finished products, right? If you're a cog in the machine, then you're probably very specialized in doing what you do, right? Maybe you put this part on right here. Maybe you put that part on right there. Maybe you put 8 of these in the bag. Whatever it is, you do your little part, and your neighbor does their little part, and everybody does their little part, and you get a finished product. But what you don't get is a bunch of people who know how to do the whole thing, right? They've kind of broken it up. That's very important. Anyways, food for thought. You're on a quest to get one of every angel and demon card that MTG ever printed. Hey, that's a nice goal swish. I like that. So what do you consider complete? Is having a Sarah Angel good enough, or do you need every version that released it? Like, you need the Alpha Sarah Angel, you need the Beta Sarah Angel, you need the Unlimited Sarah Angel, you need the Revised Sarah Angel, Or do you go even further than that? Do you need the different languages printed too? I gotta know, right? Taking notes. I know what you mean by some are financially irresponsible. I know. I know. I had a Alpha Sarah Angel stolen from me once. And a whole deck gone. And it included many alpha cards. It was my angel deck. It was a commander deck. So there's only one Sarah Angel in it. But almost all the planes were alpha also. And this was at a time when alpha was, you know, pretty rare. But, I mean, it was always rare, and it was pretty valuable. Like, I thought it was a good amount at the time. But by today's prices, oh my god. I wish I had that. You were collecting replica lightsabers, but I've since sold them. They kept making more and more. It got expensive and they take up room. I mean, that's Star Wars fandom in a nutshell, right? They keep making more and more and they take up room. Everything. The OG Vader saber prop just sold for like 4 million, you say. That's awesome. You're wondering when they're gonna ban Vivi from standard. I forget which that one does. I could picture Vivi, right? I know who Vivi is. I know it's a Final Fantasy card. But I don't know what the card does. Stolen. It was being used by someone I considered a friend, who then, you know, kept it, and I've never seen again. It was a long time ago now. So I'm going with stolen. Maybe someday, you know, but I think it was stolen. It's okay. Like I said, maybe I didn't say it, but I'm gonna say no. I'm over it. I've had a few, MTG's been easy come, easy go over the years for me. I can't get hung up on what used to be. But hold on, did I ever get an answer from Swish here? Let's see here. What'd Swish say? Oh, it's still auto running. Let me stop running. Okay, just one of the basic versions, fine. But if there's an extended art, you'll buy that over the original. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. So you're happy with every, like, as if you were gonna play Commander, you would have like the cube of angels and demons. I respect it. I respect it. And you're preferring English only, or what? I'm just wondering, you know? If I come across anything cool, I might have to hit you up, you know? Send you a little ping on Discord and be like, "Hey, Swish, you put a post up in the Discord? Cool. Nice. I'll check it out." Because I know there's different ways to try to accomplish that goal, and the way you're accomplishing it, that I like that. That sounds actually doable. You know what I mean? The extreme that I was mentioning of wanting every printing, that can get very crazy on something so broad as angels and demons, and then you start talking multiple languages of each, and now it's like, where are you going to store this freaking billion card collection? English only. Kind of MTG questions a Fed would ask, right? Right. Um, you know, you ever hear the old saying that you know they're a cop if they call the Gatorade by its actual flavor name instead of the color? I believe that. I feel like that is a easy dead giveaway. You know what I mean? No regular person is calling it like, I don't even know what the names, because I'm not a cop. I don't know what the names of these flavors are. You know, there's the red one, there's the blue one. If they say get me glacial cherry, they're a cop. Run. Do you support the plane of Dominaria? Can you write down your DC? Can we get a little list going? I'm gonna get a clipboard out and we're gonna write down everyone's name and DCI numbers, right? And we're gonna try to sanction this tournament right now. Totally not a cop. You never heard someone call a Gatorade by anything other than its color? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what normal people do. Normal people drink blue Gatorade or red Gatorade or orange Gatorade or yellow. You know what I mean? Like there's so many choices of Gatorade. And those are the choices. They're colors. Anybody who says it spelled out let's get an example. What's Gatorade actually called? All you knew was cool blue for cool kids. That's fair enough. Cool blue. That, like I would maybe accept that. But if somebody said shit, I can't even. I feel like they changed the names here because these seem reasonable. No, never mind. If somebody straight up said, "Get me a citrus cooler" instead of an orange Gatorade, yeah, no, they're cops straight up. Anyways, about to ding 41. I can't wait. I wanted to get out of this hell level today. It's happening. Doing it. Making it happen. Fartotron, you like the cucumber lime one, huh? That's the new hotness. Splendid Genesis says shaved head, plain clothes, lack of slang, driving a fort, probably look like a cop. Um, maybe. You know, it depends. It depends on. I feel like if you want to seal the deal, probably put one of those spotlights on your car and grow a mustache, right? That'll seal the deal. I saw some body cam stuff of they like pulled over some kid that was like impersonating an officer. Maybe you've seen this. It was he had his car was it's like an SUV or whatever. Whatever the cops drive. It was one of those, like a decommissioned one. But instead of like removing all the stuff, it still had all the stuff on and he got it wrapped to look like a cop car, except it said not a cop on the side or something like that, or like not the police, like whatever it was. It looked like a cop car, but it said not on it. And he was like, you know, possibly pulling people over in it. I don't know. We weren't there for that part. The body cam picks up like when they get to him. He's all crying and stuff. It's funny. I think he got kind of wrapped up because he had the lights hooked up and stuff. Like he could flip the switch and turn the lights on, which he you know, he knew not to do, and he was trying to like word his answers in a way that made it sound like they're asking him if the lights are hooked up, and he's like answering that he knows that the lights can't be hooked up, like they were, but he's like not trying to say that. He's more like trying to like I don't want to flip that switch because that would get me in trouble type answer. I don't know. It's kind of fun. I don't know what you think is gonna happen if you like literally are out there like trying to trick people like that. They're not gonna take too kindly. Anyways, whatever. That was his niche hobby. Does anybody else have a niche hobby? I used to collect coins when I was a kid. I got back into it in 2020. I was checking my. I keep careful notes. I have a spreadsheet where I track all my coins. And I was looking at that, and I remembered what set it all off. I saw the coin. I found a Barber $50 in a Coinstar coin return, and that was after that I started, getting into coins again. Kind of funny. I never had a Barber half before, and now I got a few. Oh boy, I don't have Sal on no more. Feel like I'm perhaps encumbered. Nope, just no Sal. Nope. Maybe I'll pull this to the group. Where's the group? That double fizzle. Grabbing a snack real quick. I wanna have a nice you know, full belly when it's time to dance and cheer and do all the celebrations and getting out of this hell level. I know it's coming soon.
Hey, Ish Bucks. Welcome to the chat. This is the Red 99 server. Project 1999 Red. The few, the loud, the EQ PvPers. We are real. We exist. Hey, how are you doing? We're just over here enjoying EverQuest, you know? You could consider it a niche hobby. But how about you? You got any niche hobbies? That's the question of the day today. We're talking about niche hobbies. Always got a question of the day. Every Sunday, Swamptacular SplashFest 2025. It's actually number 36. You just start EQ for the first time ever. Nice. Hey, welcome. You're in our world now, right? Just like Stephanie EverQuest always says. Um, it's fun. This game's brought a lot of enjoyment over the years, you know? But yeah, if you're ever looking for some EverQuest to enjoy when you're on Twitch, you can always come back here every Sunday. We'll be here all morning, all I don't know if I can say all day, right? It's from 6 a.m. till 1 p.m. Eastern USA time. It's a good chunk. That's a full shift, but it's like a morning shift, kind of. You know what I mean? As far as Thursday morning, though, we do the rise and grind where I grab the coffee and try to get a nice little grind in, you know, before the real day starts, right? 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. every week. It sounds crazy, but it's true. I gotta get a clicky. I'd be casting these buffs like twice as fast right now if I had a click. Speaking of VIPs, come here, Chester. He just walked by, sauntered through. Come here. Chester. Come here. Just blink at me. Come here, mister. Uh, he's a good man. And thorough. Mister, don't you want to see your emote in the chat? Come here. He's just sitting about 5.5 feet away from me right now, just looking. Come here. You know what I want. I'm gonna have to pick him up again. Hold on. Why is the Chester emote called my son? Because he is my son. He's my fuzzy son. He's here in my lap. Hold on. There he goes. Couldn't even get him in frame. Typical. Elusive. The elusive Chester. He was like, don't ask me for shit. Gonna have to wear a lot of hats here at this job. We're like family. the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. And by that I mean I might ninja loot sometimes, but that's like a brotherly thing. This one's slowed. Fizzling all my mana. I resisted my slow. Of course. There we go. Oh, that hurt. At least it wasn't a backstab. I'd probably be dead. And why does the drum look like a flute? I know, I hate that. I think it's like that's your drum stick, and you're supposed to be like holding the drum in the other hand. That's what I think. I never played a bard back then. When I played a bard, it was already Luckland graphic time, unfortunately. But the point stands that it's not classic. I remember definitely seeing drum equipped before, you know, definitely. Uh-oh. I see the pet got rooted. Try to pull something closer to it. There we go. Adapt, overcome something. I feel like it might have even the graphics might have worked once back in the day on this server even. But maybe it's been throughout all of P99. We'd have to ask like, hey Chilogan, you hear? Do you remember? Have the drums always been broken graphically? Thing 41. Now let's celebrate. We already know. We already know what we got to do here. Got to cheer. Got to dance. They always looked like a flute on this server. Ridiculous. Take a little bow. Thing 41. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. It's finally happened. Hey, have you considered please answering the question of the day? If you haven't, I gotta know. What's your niche hobby? Besides EverQuest, of course. You know, EverQuest enjoyers unite. But hey, you, yes, you. Why don't you join the Discord? You know, what are you waiting for? Water's fine. Come on, it's called the Swamp. It's the place to be. We got the link pinned in the chat, right? That's still pinned. Anybody let me know if the link's still pinned. We'll get it back in there if not. But anyway, I'm glad you're all here. Thank you all for being here right now. But if you're here hating, if you're a hater, that slash rude's for you. You're hating in the back. You thought I didn't know. You're hating quiet. Hating quiet. Got a close up slash rude. There you go. Everybody hating quiet. Everybody else though, I'm so glad you're here, and I hope that you're enjoying yourself so far today on the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 36. I know I sure am. I always do. Love this game. And it's more fun with you guys here, you know what I mean? As far as, it can get pretty lonely on this server, especially early mornings. The population's on the lower side. It is what it is, you know? We're still here, though. We keep it warm. Slash rude for all of them. Yes. I gotta specify these quiet haters lately, because we ain't hearing them right now. Where are they at? Oh, but yeah, I was starting to ramble on about numbers go up, right? NGU Idol, that game that I found on Steam a few weeks ago, I'm still playing. Um, so they have challenges, right? Where you start over and try to complete the challenge or whatever. It'd be like beat boss whatever, but you can't use augments or you can't use this or that. You know what I mean? Like there's all these limitations that make what would be a very easy, straightforward goal, you know, a little more complicated. Well, one of the challenges is a little vague. Normally they say, you know, the limitations like, oh, you can't rebirth or you can't do this or you can't do that. But one of them is called the Troll Challenge. And they really don't tell you anything other than they're going to troll you. And you know what I mean? I think they even apologize ahead of time. And I did the first of 5 troll challenges yesterday, and it was a doozy. I didn't know what I was in for, and it was freaking tough. And a little annoying too. But it was you were allowed to do everything, but you might get punished for it later. It was every, I think, 2 minutes an event would happen, like something would pop up and tell you what the troll is this time. You know, every literally 2 minutes, a new like pitfall coming your way, and some of them were really bad. Anyway, the whole challenge took like 4 hours probably, so that was a lot of pitfalls. Sometimes it was like it resets all this or resets all that. The worst one was it would just say like it basically ruined everything would be the troll. Like, oh, just basically ruined everything, and like literally it was like everything was ruined. Like your time machine would reset to level 0. Your blood would reset to 0. Everything was reset, and it was just like hard to make games when everything keeps randomly getting reset. But anyway, to beat it again, Troll Challenge number 2 is going to be more of the same. I would assume, hopefully, still only 2 minutes between the trolls, but they might get faster for all I know. But you gotta beat an even higher level boss. I think you have to get to level 69 with all that going on. Now you gotta get to level 84 or something like that. Like it's just they ramp it up. The numbers go up. That's why the game's called that. But the random stuff that would happen. Sometimes it was funny, like a pop up that's like you have 50 pop ups to close, and you hit OK. It's like 49, 48%, and I of course start clicking them fast, but then they switch which one's OK and which ones restart the count. You know what I mean? So you click too fast, and then it goes back up to 50, and you got 50 to close again. You get through like 40 something of them again, and it's like, oh, let me not click this button this time. You know what I mean? Like it's silly. That like something like that would be like what you're hoping they're gonna hit you with, and not some actual nonsense. There's usually actual nonsense though. Hmm. Oh, you've been slowing them? Okay. I don't need to slow them then. Yeah, your snare is a slow, Boogie, and it will override my slow. So yeah, I'll let you do it. Fine with me. Save me a little mana. Let me work on trying to dot them more, I guess. A big fizz. Ugh, brutal. And the amount of time it takes me to pull this Lightfoot, we could have killed like three. KH fan 123, what's going on? Hey KH fan 123, we got a question of the day today. If you got a moment, I would love to hear your answer. And anybody who hasn't answered the question of the day today, we're talking about niche hobbies. Do you have a niche hobby? I gotta know. Feel free to talk about it. It's one of those things like maybe you don't get a chance to talk about it. Maybe nobody ever asks. I'm asking. I want to know. I gotta know. What's your niche hobby? And feel free to talk about it a little bit. How's nine? Yeah, question of the day. Do you have a niche hobby? I gotta know. Besides EverQuest, of course. I feel like if you're an EverQuest PvP enjoyer, that is of course a niche hobby, but you know, what else? What else? I was talking a little bit about I got back into coin collecting. Around 2020, I found a nice silver $50 in Coinstar coin return, and I got back into it. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, I thought it was cool. I think it's cool again, but it's kind of niche, you know. Even now, bringing it up, nobody else is hopping in and be like, you know what? I collect coins too. I'm still I'm still looking. You know, it's easier to find a coin than another coin collector. Is what I found. You're mainly into games, not really a hobby type of guy, but you do like Metroidvanias, like Hollow Knight. You got Silk Song. Hey, yeah, it looks fun. Looks very tough. Oh, my mana. My conjuration is just piss poor. Goku but stronger. You like to tinker with software and Windows, get things the way you like. Hey, that's a good hobby. That has a nice effect on, you know, as a gamer, has real results, real beneficial results. I appreciate that answer, Goku but stronger. Thank you for sharing that. You know, I never knew that about you. Now I know. Next time I have a question, I might have to come to you because sometimes you know I'll have an idea in mind. Like I wish I could make this more like this. You know, as far as like getting you know, the resolution just right on something. Warhammer 40K's Years Palestine. I mean, I'll accept it. That's acceptably niche, you know? It's definitely gaining some popularity, for sure. But I think that's a perfectly acceptable one. And you're in good company. We got some, you know, miniature enjoyers of various sorts here. I grind this. What's going on? Hey, I grind this. What's your niche hobby? That's our question of the day. Besides enjoying EverQuest, of course. You got any you know, hobbies that you've been maybe especially if it's something you want to talk about, you know, something that like you don't know anybody who ever wants to hear about X, whatever it is, you know what I mean? For me it's coin collecting. You know, I could talk all day about coins, but nobody wants to hear that. You like retro games like Ultima Underworld, nice. I never played that one, but I've been looking at it. It looks really cool. You like solo ganking and soloing in MMORPGs, PvP or not? I like that. That's valid. Something about being a dog with a bone in his mouth and the wind in his ears. Good analogy. I like it. Respectable. I grind this. Respectable. Palestine and Ishiwatari EQ talking all 40K over there, talking a whole 40K language. I love it. Love to see it. Fully out of mana. You're too poor for 40k, you only have Earth money, yeah. It's not a cheap hobby, that's for sure. I went to the Warhammer store recently to pick up one little mini figure that I wanted to paint, and I like it. I like it a lot. I don't know how to play. I think it's cool. I'm gonna paint this guy this week. You know, I'll show you. Even though there's no way you're gonna be able to see this on camera, it's gonna be like way too small. And now that it's primed, it's all the same. You know what I mean? Like, hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm back. I'm back. So this is the little picture of it, right? He looks like a specter. I get this to focus. This is not going to be easy to see. This is a picture of him. All right. Right now I have it in two pieces. I want to paint these two pieces and then put it together because it makes the most sense to me. Just because of the shape of these pieces. Right? We got the robe. Like I said, it's primed right now. It hasn't been painted yet, so he's like all black. But he's looking good. He's looking smooth. I tried to show before that he had a little seam in the back. I smoothed that all out really good. And here's this little rusty scythe he's going to be coming at you. Anyways. Because I don't have enough niche hobbies. I got one little Warhammer figure. Yeah, so I got them in two pieces. Because I think to get inside the robe, I don't want his scythe in the way. Because I got to get the paintbrush all up in there. Once I get inside the robe done, then I'm going to glue the rest on, and then I'll do the rest. Yeah, you better be the 11 plat scythe for that price, exactly. So it does have some rust spots on it, right? Like I can see the texture of the model. But I could, it's not too late to smooth that out if I wanted to have a not rusty one. But this one I'm cool with rust. I'm building this one exactly as is. This is, didn't really make any changes to the base model. I got the studded hood, like the picture has. Got the scythe in the same position, etc., etc. But I think my next pickup is going to be the same model, but I want to build it different. I want to kind of, like you said, kit bash a little bit. I want to try to change, change the position of his everything. You know what I mean? I don't want it to look like the same model, but I don't. What's Chester's niche hobbies? He really enjoys shredding. He loves to shred. He will shred, scratching. What do you call those things? Like a scratching pad, like those corrugated, cardboard scratchers you can buy for cats. He loves those. I'd say that's probably his niche hobby. He'll get all up in his little niche and start shredding it. And yesterday, he got really into a new hobby, which is, I mean, it's a hobby as old as time, right? You know how you ever order something from Amazon? They used to put like the kind of plastic, like air pocket things as dunnage to protect stuff. Now they use the paper. He loves the paper. So took the long paper for him and put it on the ground, and he was all wrapping himself up in it and like shredding at it and just hugging it and kicking it, and he ended up like taking a nap like tangled up in his paper for like 14 hours yesterday. He was I have a picture of it actually. I'll post it in the Discord after the stream if I remember. If I forget, just remind me. To Chester with his dunnage. He's he was knocked out, like cuddling it. It was really funny. I did clean that up. I put it in the recycling today. He might be really mad about that. Maybe that's why he won't join me. It's all right. I'll get him some fresh dunnage next buy. There's always something new coming in. Okay, Ishwatari says, remember, thin your paints, go for 2 thin coats rather than 1 thick one. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that tip, Ishwatari. Thank you. Thank you for notifying me of that. I'll definitely keep that in mind because I want it to come out good. 3 a.m. September 8th, your time, KH fam. Hey, happy September 8th. Still September 7th out my way. In fact, it's still early. It's not even lunch yet. September 7th. It's crazy. Uh-oh. They want to give me water. Can do. You're not going to get... No, it's not me. I have plenty of drink. Herbstock, I've totally done that. I've totally done slash who in Twitch chat too. It happens, you know? I'll do it when I'm not even playing EverQuest, just out of force of habit. Gotta make sure no PKs are sneaking up in the chat. KH fan, I'm appreciative of you being here. It may be a crazy hour over there. I'm happy to, happy to have you. I'll give you a window into our world over here. What's going on Red 99 at this moment on this date? You gotta know who's there, right? Knowledge is power. I want to be powerful, don't you? Gotta know. I love watching the bolts fly. Hey, thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. It's weirder when you start thinking about exits and if you can gate or not and where you're bound. Yeah, that's what we call critical immersion. Critical immersion reach. Hey, another follow. Thank you for that. Hey, welcome aboard. You come to the right place. Every Sunday we do this. You're gonna get 3 notifications per week from me on Twitch if you have notifications on. Consider keeping notifications on / turning them on, because you will every week, like clockwork, get hit with 3. Okay, Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025. You know this. You're here now, right? 6 a.m. So you might wake up and see that notification, you know, like wipe the dust, the sand out your eyes and, you know, come on down. We'll be here. Thursday morning, similar situation, 6 a.m. You're going to get a little ding saying, hey, it's time to rise and grind, right? And I'll have my coffee and I'll be like, clink, coffee time. And we'll do the couple hours, right? Thursday morning, it's a weekday. I like to set myself up for success. For me, that means getting up early and logging in, clocking in, and locking in. My favorite game, EverQuest. Again, that's 2 EverQuest streams every week, like clockwork, without fail. We got a new day of the week, right? I say new, but it's been like months now. Tuesday. It's the latest fad, right? You haven't heard of Tuesday? Well, it's the new day this week, every week. And it's usually on a Tuesday, right? Easy to remember because it rhymes. If I can't make it on a Tuesday, I'll let you guys know that Tuesday will be on a Wednesday, right? That's the only one that's like, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. But we'll be playing something wacky every Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday, yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Tuesday. I like Tuesday, Tuesday, but you know, Tuesday's it's a tough day sometimes. It's just so happens to always be like a lot of traffic. I don't know what it is. There's been a couple times where, you know, 4 p.m. the time when I usually go live will come and I'll be still at work and I'll have to, you know, I'll get in the Discord before that and be like, hey, guess what? It's happening Wednesday. And then we'll have a blast on Wednesday. It'll still be Tuesday. So that's the only one that's like not like clockwork, you'd say. I'm trying. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But, I think this Tuesday, I think I'm going to show you guys high seas, high profits, right? I think it's got some potential. I put a couple minutes into it, and it's pretty fun. See potential there. You're like a merchant with ships doing like the merchant thing, which is fun. I bought it thinking it was a pirate game. I wanted to do the pirate thing, so it's like, you know, I'm gonna enjoy it for what it is, but it's not what I thought it was. That being said. Probably pop on that for a little bit, and then I don't know. Maybe I'll have a vote. Let you guys choose the other game out of a list of stuff I got installed. You know, it'll be fun. Can't wait. That being said, we're just getting started over here. We're not done yet. We still got hours of fun, perhaps even dinging again. Wouldn't that be swell? Last spell level was 39. I think the next spell level is probably going to be like, what, 44 at that pace? Something like that, if I had to guess. Not sure if it's anything good. I can't believe this is already the 36th Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Can you believe it? I feel like we must be on 50 straight Sundays with that in mind. Maybe even more. I will admit, this week I wasn't on EQ that much. I popped in here and there. I did get, you know, A couple Kazakh tool drops, the stuff I like, the clickies, the consumables that I love to use to get some of those. So can't keep me away too hard, but it was a busy week. And yesterday, um, so like I said, I did that numbers go up troll challenge. I did it on YouTube, so it is there, and it was a I don't want to say a disaster. It was just really hard. Where have I been? Well, I'll log. You know me. I like to look for the PvP. I'll log in. I'll find somebody, and they'll log out, and then maybe I'll check a couple other zones, and it's like I'll get. I don't want to say I get bored, but it's not as fun off stream. I like playing with all of you. You know, we get a group going. We get good conversation going. We all enjoy it together. That's just like it's a whole thing. In between the streams, when I log in, I feel like I'm missing something now. You know what I mean? But no, I do still have some fun in between the streams here and there. This past week it was a busy week at work. It was I was just kind of exhausted. Get home and end up like laying down and not more streams. Hey, hmm. Any Ralph Zek FOH members playing? I do believe we do have some old names. Were you a member, or is there any people you might be particularly looking for? So I'm a new guy. I joined like 15 plus years ago. So I missed that glory day, unfortunately. But I know we got some OGs in the chat right now. We got some. Let's see. In this group right now, Loogie, were you in? Did you play on Rallis? You're looking for soccer legs, hunting, and Inmobelly? Well, we could get you in contact with at least two of those people. Do you know Hunting's AKA? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. You know what? Right, right. You know what's really funny? We had somebody trying to pretend that they were soccer legs that was online when the real soccer legs was online. So like out of the people you've listed, you might even get some extras. You could have your choice. Trosier played on Ralisek, but not with Flowers back then, huh? Yeah, well, it's a good thing you've seen the light. Good team, you know. Salute. I played on Moral Fool. Listen, Pandu TP is gonna say something. But I'm about to bring up Tree Rat again, right? My friend Tree Rat tried to get me to play back then. I played on a blue server. I was spooked. I was shook. I wish I played with you legends. What's crazy to you is you met so few people that admit to playing EQ, but the people you have met played Rallis Zek and they're on opposite sides of the country. That's funny. You know? The few, the proud, the vocal. I respect the history. And like I said, I consider myself a new guy. And I'm honored that Legendary Flowers of Happiness has considered me a good fit. I'm a disciple in the Church of Blart. But yeah, hey, if Aerocell, if you use Discord, is that still pinned? Anybody know if the Discord link is still pinned in the chat? I can't see it from here, which to me means it's probably not pinned. Right, let's see. Pop it in there. Come on down, the water's fine. Besides my Discord, which we call the Swamp, right? Chewy Swamp. There's the Flowers of Happiness Discord, Fast and Yo put together, and you'll find some other OGs over there. You know, come on down. Even if you're asking because you're like, Wahaha, I hate flowers. Still, come on down. The water's fine. It's the place to be. It is now. Thank you, Fardotron. Appreciate that. Would you agree, Fardo? It's the place to be. I'm not sure if the mic picked that up, but that's Winnie. Did you hear Winnie chirping? Nice, Aerosol. Yeah, we'll be happy to have you there. I'm gonna get you properly hooked up. Anybody who joined the Discord today is getting green names, right? Champion status. Get you into all the channels. There's a few people, you know, the haters can get a blue name. That's about it. Everybody else is green or better. But anyway, I got a bunch of clips I want to upload. I keep talking. I'm broken. Here we go. Here's something for the Chewy Stream bingo card. When I bring up TikToks that I haven't made yet, or YouTube videos that I've teased before, you know, if I bring those up, you know, dot that stamp that dot on the bingo card. But I listen. I got big things in the works. I got some new TikToks I'm working on. I got the Battle of Mistmore YouTube video that I've been talking about for like literally over a year now. We got that. We got that footage. One of these days I'm gonna upload. I got other exclusive content coming to the YouTube soon. It's happening. It will happen. Sheesh! Don't die. It was really close. Crazy. I'm just spamming heal with no mana, just like anything, please, just don't die. You saw him moonwalking, thought he was about to go down. Yeah, yeah. I saw some fancy footwork there. Get some mana. Has anybody not answered the question of the day yet? We're talking about niche hobbies. I'm trying to get to know you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know much. I shouldn't say I don't know much, but you know, Tell me about your hobbies. Who knows? You might find somebody in the chat who has the same hobby as you, and you know, now you got two things in common. Another Warhammer 40K fan in the mix. Look at that, FT Just. You're in good company. Like that's been a hot topic. It's been the uh, niche hobby of the day. On Discord, you're in 6 servers. Swamp's one of them. Yeah. Third ever stream you saw of mine. Good choice. I appreciate it. Like I said, you're in the right place. Mossy G, you got a shoe addiction and you like running, huh? So you and Swish. Swish likes jogging and you like running. Who do you think would win in a race? You or Swish? Um so Palestine, FT Just, Ishiwatari, who else was doing the Warhammer 40K? Delco Don, you say your son turned 7, suddenly you're into Legos again. Hey, nice. I believe so. You would be considered an adult fan of Lego. Is that the term now, or do you not prescribe to that? Subscribe to that. I like Legos a lot. I liked Legos a lot as a kid. Um, and one day I hope to perhaps have some Legos set up behind me. Right? One day, like my idol, Dark Side Phil. Ishiwatari Q. Yap away. You know what I mean? You're in good company. Talk all the Warhammer stuff you guys want. And I will nod and smile as I see it. Like, you need more shelves to put them on. Yeah. That's the thing about fans of Legos are fans of shelves. They, it goes hand in hand. turns out, turns out you end up being a shelf collector, I guess. At what pace does jogging become running? Right. I think okay, so I know where walking becomes jogging because of that Malcolm in the Middle episode, right? Where Hal's a power walker and he's like in competition against the really serious power walker, but both feet were off the ground. That's a big no-no. That you're not walking no more. You got both feet lifted, that's not a walk. So I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line between jog and run. You know, like what if you're just slow? If somebody running slow and somebody jogging fast, could you have somebody running slower than somebody's jogging and still be, you know? It's I love semantics. Let's get into semantics. Um, say anything faster than a 9-minute mile is a run. Okay. Ooh, some height difference would definitely make things interesting. Yeah, you could have a much smaller person really sweating and pumping and sweating and sprinting, and somebody with much longer legs, you know, keeping pace with like a casual stroll. That'd be interesting to see. All right, what do we got here? Almost halfway through 41. Zilkril says a 10-minute mile feels like for sure running. Yeah, I mean it could be. Maybe it's just a strenuous jog. I have a tough time visualizing a mile. Even though I used to run track in high school and have to, do the mile run all the time. I know how many laps around a football field would be. But you know what I mean? When I close my eyes, I don't know. I don't know if I could like if you had me like start somewhere and then be like, okay, go 1 mile that way. I might be a half mile, or Or it might be 3 miles. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'd be able to really nail that in. You're Canadian, so you think in kilometers. See, that is a concept I can grasp. I understand kilometers, right? There's 1,000 meters in a kilometer. I don't know how many feet are in a mile. That's probably part of why I can't conceptualize it, because it's some random number, like every customary unit of measure. It's some random number. You got to measure it with your integra. Exactly. And so it got to be at least 500 hot dogs at the end. Absolutely. Yeah, Palestine, Ishiwatari, all you guys doing the Warhammer 40K discussion over there. Like I said, I respect it. It's a foreign language to me right now, but I respect it. 5,280 feet in a mile. Thank you, KH fam. See, I'm glad I didn't make a guess because I would have been very embarrassingly off. 5,280 feet. What a nice round number. How easy to remember is that? We don't need no stinking metrics. No, for real though, I really like the metric system, and I'm really sick of customary units of measure. Like I'm at a point where I know that I don't know them, and that's stupid. Why would we have units that it's just like it's okay to just accept that it's some random number? Like look it up if you really care. I don't know. I'm gonna be a metric rebel. I think the whole team's AFK right now. I pulled and then read. That's the way I do it. Hmm. All stream with the fizzles. Conjuration 58. I feel like I've gotten like one conjuration skill up all stream. Probably exaggerating, but if I got a second one, I didn't catch it. Oh no, what's going on? Say, bark, you humans will pay for ruining our homeland. Grr. Where's Flippy Darkpaw at? Flippy Darkpaw, if you out there, good morning. But oh no, 89. It's good to see you. Hey, we got a question of the day today. and I'd love to hear about any niche hobby you might have. Mid-December 2024, you got a very painful wasp sting, a 6 out of 10 on the pain scale. Ouch. Ouch. 6 out of 10, that's smarts. You have random bouts of chess obsession, Mossy G. Interesting. That's a very, I mean, chess has such like a history. I like that. You know what I mean? Like when I see an old coin, you know what I mean? It'll bring up thoughts of like, what is this scene? You know what I mean? Like chess, it's kind of got like that ancient, not ancient, but you know what I mean? Like we've grown up alongside chess as a species almost. It's cool. I respect that. There's so much to it. You know what I mean? Like it's not too complicated, it's not too simple. It's everything. I don't know, it's cool. I like that. I don't think I've played since I was a very little kid. I still remember the rules. It's too complicated. Okay, fine. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I mean, it's not like the more you learn, the less you know. That's the beauty of it. Like that, it's not that it itself is complicated as much as the world is complicated, and it's just kind of like a reflection of the world. Kind of cool. I feel like any good game will kind of have that aspect to it, right? That's what makes a game a game. The game ability of it, if that makes sense. Um, as somebody who used to enjoy the Decipher Star Wars card game, which had like a rule book like this thick, and then like you'd have to print out the latest errata to the rules and then like cross reference like both for every card and interaction in the game. I There's something to be appreciated with this guy moves like this and this guy moves like that. Go have fun. Age fan, you say it's kind of like with EverQuest. You know so much yet so little. Yeah, I mean, the more you learn, the more you'll see that there's other stuff going on. Like I might stand right here, but I know that a bolt spell will travel and potentially hit me, right? Because I'm in level range. Valid PvP target. Live and learn. Hey Winnie, come here. Or die and learn. Yeah, that's EverQuest too, right? That's what Fippy Darkpaw taught us, right? You get back up and you try it again. You respawn. You respawn and you learn nothing. That's the Fippy Darkpaw way. That being said, like I know I've had some opinions on playing hardcore EverQuest, and I said it's not for me. And then I went and did it. I have my hardcore warrior. I still haven't played him in a long time. But Egg Hunt, remember I made him for Easter, and I played him another time since. Um, you know, it's all flip flop on the topic is what I'm basically getting at. But I think it's nice that we're able to respawn in this game. I think that's a big part of it because Mistakes will be made. And even sometimes where you do everything right, stuff will happen. And it's unfortunate. And you might, you know, feel a certain way about having to make a corpse run, etc., but like, you know, it's part of the game. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu said you either win or you learn. Yeah, that's a that's true. That's true. It's an interesting situation. It's very true. I did get a conjuration skill up. Saw that. Nope, never mind. Specialize. I need water? No, no, I got some milk. Appreciate that. A whole bunch of milk. Got 2 whole stacks of milk on top of that. You enjoyed the Zayd God hardcore series a lot? Learned some obscure quests. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, like, I would see hardcore happening. I'd be like, yeah, that's not for me. You know what I mean? Because my opinion is you gotta die and learn, just respawn, try again, etc., etc. But then I went and flip flopped on it, and I made a hardcore one too. And it's like I haven't died yet, so it's all good and no bad, right? It's been thrilling. Every close call is like, oh my god, that was almost it. You know, but it's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna have to do it. It'll be on stream. I've only streamed it, right? I thought about maybe even doing it today, but I think I'll announce it ahead of time. We'll do an egg hunt stream. It's level 17. Still, scrapping by with cloth and maybe a little bit of patchwork and stuff. Tough, but I did get a vendor was selling some ring mail. I bought a piece of ring mail off a vendor. And to me, that was authentic struggle quest. You know what I mean? Maybe some people would be like, no, that's not self-found, but I found the plat fair and square. You know what I mean? Like, what? I think that was fun. Whatever. I'm gonna die anyway. Who cares? Your niche hobby. Most people develop their own games. You're developing an MMO. Um, slash game builder. For the last 6 years. You want to turn that hobby into a business next year? That's awesome. Oh no, that's really cool. Congratulations on that. That's you know, living the dream and trying to make something happen. Watching him die on a level 50 plus in lower Guck was brutal. He handled it like a man though. You would have smashed your keyboard, you say? Um, I think I've seen the clip on that now that you mention it. Um, I mean, that's one thing about playing games hardcore too. You create a moment, right? Like dying on a character, it's everyday EverQuest. Dying on a hardcore, that's that's clip of the day right there. That's clip of the week, the month, whatever. That's something. Can't believe we're almost 60% into 41. Feels like only yesterday I was saying, can't believe we're 60% into 40. Alright, fine. It was like not that long ago. Watching the health bar go purple, people went nuts. um, so my closest call on the hardcore warrior so far, it's level 17 now. So like it's nothing. You know what I mean? Like really nothing. Like a total fresh noob character still in the scheme of things. Nowhere near lower gut caliber, but we were crossing Lesser Fey, and a fairy, or not a fairy, a brownie started picking the group up off. You know what I mean? It was me, Chilogan, and I don't remember the name of the third guy. I don't think we ever figured out who the third guy was. It wasn't our friend from Twitch. It was somebody else that was playing with us. But anyway, uh, there was three of us. I was the only one playing hardcore though, but everybody else was freshly noobed. You know, no gear. We were struggling basically. But we were running across Lester Fay, and the brownie first it hit Chilogan, and then it hit the gnome, and then I made it to the zone line. But like I thought I was dead because it was like it was one shotting everybody. Maybe I had faction. I was not stopping to look. You know what I mean? I didn't have to run faster than the brownie. I just had to run faster than my group. Right? It was scary. We think maybe I had faction because if you watch the replay, there's almost no reason it should have targeted Chilogan before me, right? Like, um, I crested the hill and it was right there. It was crazy. Anyway, that was a close call, kind of. Nothing hit me though, but I feel like if I'd stopped running for a split second, I was dead. That was pretty much the only close. Okay, the other close call I wasn't even there for, but they told me about the close call after. We were killing stuff, and I went link dead. And while I was link dead, something spawned right where I was and was killing me. I came back like pretty low. So that would have been the worst. You know what I mean? Streaming, going link dead in the stream on the hardcore and then dying while link dead, like not even something I could do anything about. I would have still deleted it though because I'm making zero excuses. When it's over, it's over. You know, I'll try it again. There will be no sun in my eyes. But I'm just thankful that that didn't happen. I would have hated to lose my hardcore over Link Dead. I went with Warrior because, like, go big or go home, right? Like, big HP bar should give me time to, you know, be tactical as far as this is going to be too hard, I gotta bail, or this is just right, I can kill it and win. You know, you get the critical hits, which can make for like that real, you know, kind of like moment. But on the downside, no channeling, right? Can't dispel shit. There's no dispel option for a warrior because Golem Metal wands have a cast time on this server. So you can't even, you know what I mean? No egg-shaped pumices ever on P99. So there's no Brad approved option for warriors to strip a root or whatever. You know what I mean? Like do stuff they got to do under fire. So that's a downside, and no gate. But that's the go big or go home part of it, right? Like, if I was playing something with gate, I feel like I would prolong the inevitable, right? I would always be like gating, resetting. You know, maybe you could call it strategy or whatever, or like trying to live and win, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, don't even give me the option. Let me just, I fight or I don't. It is what it is. Yeah, oh no, that sounds pretty awesome. when you officially announce it, make sure you know come to the Swamp Discord and let us all know, because we got a lot of people that would be interested to hear and learn about this over there. That being said, it's the place to be. If anybody's not a member of the Discord yet, what are you waiting for? Come on down. The water's fine. You're gonna love it. Here, I'll pop it in the chat. I'm the Discord bot today. I gotta set up those exclamation point commands because I do a question of the day every Sunday. That would be perfect for one of those, right? It's like meant for that. I have a Discord, right? That would be perfect for that. I have a YouTube channel that could be pulled. You know what I mean? Like I gotta get on that train. I don't know how it works, but I can learn. I see Dresden online. Hey, Drezzy, you watching? He says he sure is. Yeah, we're talking niche hobbies today. If anybody got a niche hobby, we'd all love to hear about it. I gotta go see what's up with the little Winnie cat. I'll be right back. Dresden, you make chainmail armor, huh? That's pretty cool. Respectable. Um, there was a kid in school who had a bunch of links, and he gave me a sack of them, and I put them together into like a little sheet of chainmail, and I thought it was very cool. I sat there, doing it in class instead of my schoolwork. I was always anything but schoolwork, whether I was trying to program RPGs on the TI-83 calculator or naming Pokemon after my math teacher. I would do anything but my schoolwork. I was not about that. How about that school life? But mostly for the Renaissance Festival, huh? Nice. You got a good Renaissance Festival scene out your way? We got it like one per year over here. It seems like a pretty big deal. I've had some friends go to it. Seems like they have a blast. I've never been yet. I've never been, but I know other places they got them like year round, pretty much. Right? maybe not year round, but like for a whole season. That's pretty cool. You've always wanted to go, but they don't have one near you. Oh no, yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where I always hear about it after the fact. You know what I mean? Like, see people coming back from it all with their big meat on the bone or whatever. You know what I mean? Go watch some jousting, get all dressed up. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Hey, that's a respectable niche hobby. Thank you for sharing that. Now I know a little bit more about you. You know, in a good way. We're all EverQuest enjoyers. I know that. But you know, good to know. Good to know. I like coin collecting. That's my thing. I'm trying to get into it, I should say. I found a cool $50 in the Coinstar during the pandemic. And ever since then, you know, they don't allow real swords anymore. Yeah, too many sword fights in the tavern to do that. So what happens if you try to walk in the Renaissance Fair with a real sword? Can you get it back when you leave? Can you like they'll like hold it for you, or you're just they say throw it in the barrel, and they got a barrel full of swords that they keep. Ouch! Big backstab. Take it back to your vehicle. Yeah, yeah. That's the same, you know, same thing if I'm going somewhere and they got the metal detector, I realize I got like my pocket knife, you know what I mean? It's going back in the car. I don't care if they say I could get it back at, you know what I mean? Like, I doubt it. I doubt anybody's getting their shit back from the security. Ouch. 4 a.m. where you're at, Cage fan. I appreciate you hanging in. We're just getting started over here. We got another hour to go in the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 36. Um, you went to Disneyland. Your mom got stopped by security 4 times, and yeah, walking back to the car 4 times because of a pocket knife. Oh, that's ridiculous. I think the last time it happened to me was at the Big E. If anyone knows the Big E, I was parked not very close. I get all the way up there and then realize they're doing the metal detectors, and I'm like, yeah, like, oh shit. Back to the car. This is my grandpa's knife. You know what I mean? It's not just any pocket knife. I actually like have some sentimental value with it there, you know? You have a small forge making daggers and swords, huh? That's cool. I definitely need mana. Fiercely need mana. Yeah, Rapting, you might be the first metal worker to pipe up in chat uh, as a hobby. Anybody anybody else like to make stuff as a hobby? How about any woodworkers? I always thought that was cool. Woodworking is one of those things that like back in the day, like must have been sweet. You go buy wood, you know? Go get like nice straight pieces of wood, like anywhere. Nowadays, like take out a loan just to get some twisted wreckage. Very first sword you tried to make years ago was shaped out of a crowbar, super soft, hit a piece of wood, and the end just bent. Funny. Hey, live and learn. Not everybody's first attempt is very good. Win or learn, right? Win or learn. I like that one. I'm gonna try to remember that one. And my last mug of the morning here, right? Cheers. Tink. You're up caffeinating still. You're probably looking like a frog lock emote right now, bouncing all over the place, just like me. Like a hefty dose of caffeine in the morning. You're always on the search for cool looking branches. Hell yeah. I'm always looking for cool rocks. Can't even lie, you know? Oh, bashed. After, you know, talking about it and discussing it and thinking about it, I feel like hobbies could be like kind of different categories. You know what I mean? I feel like my hobbies are all like collecting, in a broader sense. Even in video games, I like to collect the achievements. I like to, check it off and complete them. That's the way I enjoy it. And all my other like I like to dabble in a little coin collecting. I've admitted I like looking for cool rocks, like it's all collecting, really. That's all it is. Even when I played Magic, I played Magic as kind of a means to an end. I like to trade cards because I was, you know, working on my binder, stuff like that. Like, I think, in a broad sense, I like to collect. I think that's my hobby. I'm a collector. Um, some people like to do stuff, right? We've seen jogging, running, that's like self growth slash like the journey, not the destination. Like that's a whole different category. But maybe the feeling that we get satisfaction of doing our hobby might be similar. Who knows? Interesting. Seeing a weird shaped rock or stick and thinking that's cool is such a universally manly thing, right? It's human. The human urge to, you know, pick up a cool straight stick and be like, wow, we swing it around. You know, like I think we've been doing that for thousands of years. And we know even the pre-human hominids, you know, like uh, upright apes and our ancestors and our ancestors' ancestors, we know they've picked up rocks and carried them with them for no reason other than cool rock, you know? We have evidence of that. Been going on for the longest. Kind of cool. But yeah, like some people like to make stuff as a hobby. I could definitely appreciate that. You know, I never really had a job that was making stuff. Like, okay, fine. I would make sandwiches at Arby's once upon a time. And if my license was suspended, you might catch me making a pizza instead of delivering a pizza. But for the most part, by and large, I wasn't really in the production side of anything. And then I got into it. And then I started, you know, especially when I was doing the furniture, the office furniture refurbishing or whatever, there's something satisfying about like turning this like crooked, rusty mess, banging out the dents, you know, scuffing it up, repainting it, you know, replacing some hardware or whatever, turning it into like what looks like a nice new file cabinet or whatever. Something satisfying about that. Like at the end of the day, I would look at what I accomplished and be like, hell yeah. So I could see like a hobby that gives you that like, hell yeah, I did something satisfaction. That's a cool hobby. I respect that. Well, Ishiwatari EQ. Diamonds are also rocks, right? Sometimes rocks are cool to everybody. Conjuration 59, almost 60, almost. Mana Stone is a rock too, right? Very good point. You know what I always like the idea of? I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know if I've ever heard the word said out loud. But you know, like in Final Fantasy VII, materia, right? That's how I would pronounce it. Materia. Is that how you would pronounce it? Anyway, I always thought those were cool. I wish those were real. I always pictured them as kind of like a big marble, but magic. At almost 42. Hey, Winnie. Winnie, come here. You know what? Now that I mention it, I was talking about collecting and how and in video games and stuff. I said it straight up before. The only thing I liked in Fortnite was catching the fish. They got rid of that. I uninstalled Fortnite. In World of Warcraft, all I cared about was pet battles. You know, gotta catch them all. It's true. I'm predictable in that way, I guess. But on P99 Red, I gotta say, I'm what's it called? I got distracted by Fartotron pinning that. So I'm like, what is this? Ook. And I'm like, oh, okay. Um, I like collecting other people's platinum, right? So there's always something. There's always something for me to go out and get. Gotta catch them all. Everybody's plat from PvP, right? This post hell level is flying. Down with OPP, other people's platinum. Hell yeah. Um, I don't know if it ever ended up getting made as a guild, but I remember me and Salem had talked about making OPP a guild back in the day. Other people's pixels. I think he ended up making this is such ancient history. Um, Shout out to Salem. All the EverQuest enjoyers. There was a time when making a gimmick tune with a gimmick guild was like the meta, right? Um, just like not real guilds, but just something silly for the tag for your unrest alt or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that was it was the style of the time. You'll still see stuff like that sometimes. Every now and then, somebody will log in. Kind of in their own guild, basically, you know? Let's see. You'll see it. You'll all see it. Hey, Silent F. Question of the day today. Do you have any niche hobbies? Is there any hobby that you want to talk about? You know, it doesn't even have to be that niche, but you know, sometimes I know for me, I have hobbies that I don't even know who to talk about it with. I don't know anybody else that's into coin collecting, for instance. You know what I mean? So I brought it up. I was kind of hoping maybe I'd find another coin collector in the chat today and we could talk about coin collecting, but it's okay. Everybody likes Warhammer 40k. Nobody likes coins. It's fine. It's fine. Uh, but no, it's cool. I like learning about your guys' hobbies, and especially I want to hear about it. You know, I want to hear the details. And then we could try to figure out what category is that. Is that like a collecting hobby? Is it a, you know, are you making something? Are you doing something? You know, I'm just trying to converse. I'm just having a conversation. Regen faded. Uh-oh. I got you. ASAP. You'd probably be a happier guy if you collected coins instead of spending on me. Um, what I've found is coins are everywhere. It's the coin collectors. They're the rare thing. You say beekeeping, huh? Nice. That's awesome. That's like a whole nother category. That's like tending to some life. That's cool. We're collecting pixels and preserving the history of them. Yeah. True Tross. It's true. Like, I'm uh-oh. I hear that fucking woodpecker's back. I gotta go scare this woodpecker off in a sec. But okay, hold on. I'm gonna do that fast. Actually, be right back. I'm back. Um, the whole reason I'm wearing this hat is because I made that joke. You're gonna wear a lot of hats at this job. I was gonna wear a lot of hats, and then I put on like one hat and kept it on. Hey, hey, Green, what's going on? Yeah, I just had to go chase a woodpecker off the house. Can't have that. I'm in the process of replacing some old trim with new materials. And yeah, that woodpecker, he picked my next piece of trim for me. I'm gonna have to swap that one. Hey, Alpha Cyanide, what's going on? Hey, we're just getting started over here. Everybody that's just joining us, if you haven't answered the question of the day yet, you could say I gotta know. What is your niche hobby? Fucking niche hobby say. Of course, EverQuest. You know, you don't even gotta mention it. We know. I know this is Red 99 still. I'm still out here doing the thing. But I heard Quarm's been popping off lately, huh? Oop. Got friggin' bashed up. We got two pullers. This is the way you have non-stop pulls, right? Two pullers. The water's nice, optional PvP. That's what I hear. Everyone keeps telling me that there is an option. Sounds fun. So I don't have that client installed right now. That is my hurdle. It's my barrier to entry at the moment. But like all barriers, if with enough of a running start, you know, sail right over that. Overcome. About to be 90, yeah, it's like 95% almost. Getting there. 94, 95%. Maybe 93%. But I like to be optimistic. Show the Quorum kids the power of bow quest. Hell yeah. Yeah, what if I could right now? I don't think shamans get any damaging range, do they? Yeah, both. It'd be fun. You don't have any niche hobbies, Alpha Side? You lost all your hobbies when you had to grow up, unfortunately? Oh man, come on, man. Well, that's the thing about hobbies. You might find yourself falling back into them. Here's game you say Warhammer, huh? Real shaman use bows. Real shaman make their own rules. That's true, Drosong. I shouldn't bind myself to this. The confines, the Narathian limitations. Yeah, Warhammer's I would have to say there's a lot of crossover between the EverQuest community and the Warhammer community. That's my only explanation. Either that or 9 out of 10 people play Warhammer. I feel like that can't be it. There must be a lot of crossover between the communities. Um, I want to get into it. I think that'd be like a way for me to kind of branch out from my normal hobby, right? My normal hobby is collecting, right? Let's face it. So like actually like painting a figure, that would be like doing something. Like you know what I mean? I might get that like satisfaction of having accomplished the thing. But then I could take the figure and put it on my shelf and then it's right back to my old hobby of collecting. 40-year-olds with disposable income, that's the crossover. Yeah, it could be. Collect and display or just collect. So, I guess just collect, you know what I mean? Like I've always wanted, I've pictured displays, right? When I was a kid, I had a little bookshelf and I kind of had it set up just the way I liked. And it didn't really have too many books on it. It was more like cool rock, cool shell, cool rock, you know what I mean? Like I had my stuff. Um, and I feel like it's a slippery slope, right? You have your nice little display, or do you have a whole messy pile, right? You put too much stuff and your nice display becomes a messy pile, right? So right now I have, stuff's like pretty much away. And maybe I'll get my stuff set up. So I don't know if you, I don't know. I don't know. Good question. You want me to stream PQ? If I stream PQ, you'll start streaming again? Well, maybe we'll do a two-lab collab, you know? More Warhammer enjoyers in the chat. I know, you guys are like having a field day today. Oh, I brought it up a few weeks ago when the whole THJ lawsuit stuff was just starting to emerge and Quorum went down voluntarily. I had said something about like maybe if Quarm comes back, I'll go try it out. Right? I did say that. I did say that. And then I even went so far as to look at what would be involved in installing the client and blah blah blah. And it was just too many steps for me that day. You know, I saw it and I was like, yeah, maybe another time. So, that being said, now I know what I'm in for. One of these days, when I have the energy and the time, maybe I'll sit down and set it up so that way we could pop something off like that. You know where to find me in Discord, right? Dream, anybody wants to find me. You know where to find me. Come to the swamp. I'm gonna pop that link in the chat again one more time, and I'll even pin it. There we go. It's pinned again. Yeah. Join the. It's the place to be. It's a hub for EverQuest discussion, free of the restrictions put in place by, P99, forums, EverQuest Facebook group, or Reddit, or any, you know what I mean? The places where these people want you to push certain narratives and not talk about other narratives. No. It's free. Free discussion. You want to go in there and say you don't like Daybreak? That's your opinion. You can say that. You want to go in there and, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not saying I don't like Daybreak. I don't really know him. Never met the guy. You want a trade channel in the Discord? Yeah, sure. I can set that up for you. Definitely set that up for you. Somewhere you could like kind of put your post and not worry about it getting spammed away by other discussion. People can. It's a good idea. Good idea. I'll try to set it up like other trade channels where it's like threads. You know what I mean? How am I liking Shaman? Nickelback, great question. I love it. Enjoying it very much so. I like how I can meditate. Or not meditate. I like cannibalize. I like how I don't need to meditate, is what I meant to say. Hey. That's a ding. Ding 42. We started out the stream 39. Got through the whole hell level of 40 into 41. Now we're 42. So cheer with me. Yay. Hooray. This is a Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST, so I gotta take a little bow, take a little knee. Hey, in honor of Tim Tebow, right? Take another knee. Let's get a little different view here. One more dance. A big dance for 42. Hey everybody. Hey you, yes you. I'm so glad you're here. It's the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, and we're just getting started over here. That's, of course, a little inside joke because we're 6 hours deep into a 7-hour stream. You could say that we're winding it down, but no. We're still going hard for another half hour at least. So, would you consider joining me? And please check out the YouTube channel sometime. We got the archive of all the old streams over there. Occasionally exclusive content too. Please consider checking out at Chewy What a Wookie on your social media of choice, right? It's me filling your feed with EverQuest content in the year 2025. That being said, I need all the help I can get, so give me a like, give me a follow, whatever it is. I really appreciate it. And please consider coming back every Sunday. We do it big. We do it big every Sunday. We do it big on a Thursday too, but Sunday for real. So, that being said, if you out there hating, I got a /rude for you. The level the shaman's stopping at level 60, unless they give me some more expansions, in which case I'm taking them to the moon. That's right, we're going to Luckland if he lets me. If Rogan says yes, we're going to Luckland. But until then, level 60, 18 levels to go. Can't wait. I know Quarm's got Luckland, huh? I'm a Luckland kind of guy. I can't even lie. Like I've been saying it since before P99 even had Velius. Like Luckland is like underrated. All you got to do is ignore the models. Just because they call them Luckland models, um, right? It's just a name. It doesn't mean anything, okay? You didn't have to use Luckland models, right? You could uncheck those boxes and you could have kept the classic models all through Luckland. It's a very classic expansion. There's PvP every day where you're at. So I that's the word on the street. And check this out. Green, look at this. 14 players online on a Sunday at this time. You know what I mean? And keep in mind, 4 of them are right here. Like we are here representing a good chunk of the server. It's been the past couple weeks. There's been just like uh, a noticeable dip, and I thought it was Monsters and Memories, but people are telling me it's Quarm. So I gotta recognize, you know, I gotta respect, I gotta salute, you know, I see you. Luckland zones are still too round for classic nerds. You think so? I like Luckland a lot. I um, rediscovered EverQuest through Luckland. Really, it was during Planes of Power, but I didn't dive. I mean, there's nothing really in Planes of Power to dive into as a a low level. Um, I've mentioned before I played Moral Thule and then I eventually re-rolled on Zev. That was when I re-rolled. I played Moral Thule, classic Kunark, and when the DirectX update happened, I couldn't play anymore. I came back, Planes of Power, and on a different server on Zev, my friend from school, not Tree Rat, a different friend, bought me a power level. And, you know what I mean? We went to Pollutal Cavern, me and the power leveler. And I got a little PL and PC, you know what I mean? And then from there, I was off and running, better than ever. And, but couldn't see my hand in front of my face because I had my far clip playing at 0. Isn't that funny? I thought the game got really foggy in the years I was gone. And I would mention it all the time, and nobody put 2 and 2 together that this dude has his far clip playing on 0. Powers owns the damn server. Such a true fact. You know what I mean? We're gonna rename it FOH99. You know, haters can suck it. Who's the leader of Flowers? In Red 99, who has the leader tag in the guild? It's a complicated question with no simple answer. And as far as who actually leads the guild overall, I would say we still pledge allegiance to Frybeard, right? You have to take a survey, you know? When I had the leader tag, I always considered myself a warlord. You know, I was never the leader of Flowers. I just was, putting in work. But that being said, I had the leader tag on my old Shadow Knight, the one that's been banned for who knows how long. Didn't do nothing. You never knew the old models, Ishiwatari? Now that you're playing P99, you like the old models better? That's funny. I see these are the ones that are nostalgic and comforting to me. I always preferred these, although I did play for a long time with the new models. But I kind of missed the way, you know, trolls worked when looked when I first made them. But the one thing about Luckland model trolls, the new model, that was silly, is if you ducked wearing a plate BP, your breastplate would come out sideways. It would be like right here as like a weird lump, and you would have a chain shirt on instead. Only when you're ducking, so you could like walk around ducking with like this weird thing like jutting out of your like waist. It was really silly. They never fixed it, as far as I know. Weird graphical glitch for trolls. Big rat gotta go somewhere. Oh, I see Grim joined the Discord. Gonna get you champion status. There you go. Now you're welcome in all the channels. You'll see the swamp. It's probably the main channel, right? That's where a lot of the discussion is. There's, of course, EverQuest Public. Um, that's a good one. As it says, is public, so. The place to be. Maybe. I know we've been talking about emotes earlier, right? We were talking about all the Guck loot emotes, and maybe they're not popping off. So maybe I'll move those to be like Discord only. I'll get them off the Twitch, free up those spots for some new emotes, you know? Even before the end of the year. I was saying at the end of the year, I'll reevaluate. That's like 3 months away. No, no, no. I'm going to reevaluate ASAP. Swish gave me a good idea how to use the Guck loot emotes in a way that might be more fun, you know? It's all. I want them to be fun. I want everything to be fun. An EverQuest enjoyer enjoying EverQuest. That's the most pop off emote. Hell yeah. Frocks. Real big frock in the house. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. You put that emote in the chat a couple times, that's at least like a book right there. That's a novella. Yes, Nickelback hitting with the Guck loot. I like those ones. I will admit, speaking of the word of the day is niche, you know what I mean? That's a niche emote for sure. I don't know. It might be too niche. I might have to just admit it. Free up the space for something a little more versatile, but they're not going. They won't go too far. They'll stay at in the Discord because Discord gives you like a million billion Discords or emote slots. Right, the Froglog is moving in such a way that's open to interpretation. Um, Guck has just so much like the icons for the loot. They picked so many good ones. You know what I mean? Like, sure, not they're not all like exclusive. Like, you could be like, oh, there's that FBSS, there's that Sash of the Dragonborn. It's like, shut, you know it's FBSS. Shut up. Bugs. Pre-Kunark, absolutely. So iconic. And you see enough of them together, and you know. You really know. It must be Goku. You see this many flowers together, you know it must be a Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. We're doing it big, representing FOH in the house. Um, Name the froglock from the swamp. Okay, what does this mean? Ghoul. Bloodthirsty? Is that a bloodthirsty ghoul? Maybe it's the uh, absolutely epic, beloved, frenzied ghoul himself. Well, I would say the fabled, but we gotta be careful with that word. This is EverQuest. That word has meaning, you know? Maybe it doesn't have any meaning on P99, but in the general scheme of things, you say, the fabled, frenzied ghoul. Well, that's, of course, will invoke certain memories. That's a real mob. Growing a garden on a desert island. Hell yeah. Ghoul. It's simpler, huh? Name that from. It must be Shin Ghoul. Oh, it's 3 letters. Zal. Must be the Zal Ghoul. Zal Ghoul, man. It's all good, man. That's 10% in already. Fardotron, this was your idea to come to Timmer's Deep today. I appreciate this idea. This is my island getaway, my home away from home. You know, my home being, uh, of course, Guck. Right. This is my home away from home. Love this place, this island. Zalgul, man. Like, I made that. I intended to post it in the EverQuest Facebook group, and I just didn't. I kept that one to, you know, I just didn't even post that one. I thought it was too stupid to share. But I thought that about the same. I thought that about the Stephanie EverQuest one too, and somebody else shared that one to the Facebook group, and it actually did numbers. But of course, they didn't share it in like the share way. They did it more in like the steal way, and that's it's fine as long as the message gets out there. That Stephanie EverQuest is the main character. She's always saying iconic phrases such as every quest is EverQuest if you never do quests. Which weapon is he holding? This Zal Ghul Knight. Must be a longsword, right? It's long and straight. It's not a scimitar. You're not seeing the handle. It's not a staff. I'm thinking a longsword. Fine steel sword. Final answer. it was a scimitar. Wow. I got freaking. I got duped. Yeah, okay. Sure. I can kind of see it. It's tough. It's a little thicker than the longsword. I can't really see the curve, but you're at a a tough angle. That's a good question. Thank you. All right. Let's get started over here. I will be going to lunch in a little bit. Anybody streaming EverQuest in the near future? Anybody in chat right now? You know what I'm thinking, right? I mean, we could call it a silent move. We could say I'm moving in silence, but just just brainstorming here. At the end of the stream, when I go do the raid, as is tradition, we go raid another channel. It could be your channel. You know what I mean? We could have a little, connection here if you want. Just keep in mind the schedule here, right? I'm going to be ending the stream at 1 p.m. Eastern, right? And going to lunch. And that's in 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere yet. We're just getting started over here. We got 15 more minutes of fun, 15 more minutes of EverQuest enjoyment. You might even call it your last chance to really get a good conversation in about your niche hobby. Come on, I know you've been dying to tell somebody about your latest, whatever. I don't know. Did you just do something cool? Did you just make something neat? Did you just find something incredible? What is it? I gotta know. I gotta know. It's the question of the day. Ooh, you have the HD weapon models. I gotta check what those look like. Drokoth, good morning to you too. Or is it Dr. O. Koth? I should have asked. I've always been saying Drokoth. It's great to see you. We're just getting started over here. I started the stream level 39. I'm currently level 42. Yes, a whole hell level got reached and finished, right? We chopped it up into little bitty pieces. We diced up those chops and we crushed the dices, and then we blended the crush, and then we pureed the blend, and then we distilled it down into level 42 now. That's all it is. We took it so far beyond grinding, you know what I mean? Either that or I drank too much coffee. Hell yeah. That's peak paladin performance. out here at the Desert Island KFC, I like that strap. You know what I mean? Use it or lose it. Some other camp, you know what I mean? Oasis Spectres? Maybe not. Maybe not. That's one of those places you'd rather have it than need it. But out here, Use it or lose it. We're chilling. Nobody knows we're out here. It's our little secret. It's our like secluded, you know, like out of pocket. Nobody's gonna think. Take the raft and check it out, right? We could stay here all day. Our little secret. Nobody knows. How would they know? Nobody knows. They'll never know. Hey, not much. How you doing? Oh, I saw it. You know why I thought I saw it? Oh, mic was on, huh? On the whole time. Hello. Ding 44. Grats on 44. Heard what I said about you, huh? No. All right. Where's Winnie? You want that little Winnie Binnie? I told you she was sharing the seat with me. Not today on stream, of course, but last night. I can't think of another time that she's done that. It's always one or the other, right? I'm the placeholder. Winnie the cat is the rare spawn. Sometimes, you know, instead of me in the chair, you'll get Winnie in the chair. But if I try to sit down, even though she's very tiny and only takes up a little bit of the chair, she'll jump away. But we were both in the chair at the same time. An historic event. Can't believe we're already 7 hours deep into the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number 36. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed talking about niche hobbies. I think next week's question of the day will probably be back to another Norathian themed EverQuest question. An ever question, if you will. We'll probably have an ever question next week. So this week, consider this your last chance for question of the day. What's your niche hobby? It doesn't, you know what? What's your hobby? It doesn't even need to be niche, Because that's like such a subjective term anyway. What's niche to you might be mainstream to someone else and vice versa. So just whatever. You want to talk about it, I want to hear about it. But you better act fast because we only got like 6 more minutes approximately thereabouts, but who's counting? Yeah, I like Shaman. I think I'm gonna like it so much more with a clicky. To be real. To be totally honest. Anyway, what was your favorite hat of the stream? Bonus question of the day. Do you like Connecticut? Do you like Pink Bucket? Or do you like the petty chewy? Don't ask me for shit. It says it on the back too. Don't ask me for shit. What's your favorite? I gotta know. You're gonna wear a lot of hats this stream, right? Big red flag. The job interview says you're gonna wear a lot of hats. Run. If the job says you're like family here, run. You know what? If they say anything about work-life balance, probably sketchy too. You know what I mean? Little Posty says your favorite be a wizard hat. Pull a fresh red 99 out of the hat. Hell yeah. And for my next trick, I wish. Really wish. Hey, it's great to see you. We're talking about niche hobbies. You got a niche hobby? We could always continue the conversation in the Discord, right? If anybody, you didn't get a chance to talk about your niche hobby today, and you regret that, and at a later date you're like, you know what? I really do want to tell people about, how good I am at Pogs, I can't wait to hear about it. At that hypothetical later date, you could tell me about the Pog tournament. I will be waiting. But of course, first you got to join the Discord. The link's in the chat. It's pinned. It's the place to be. It's called the Swamp, and you're gonna love it. The water's fine. And once you're there, of course, you will see when I'm going live, and you'll see a lot of familiar names and faces. All the, the little community. They say if you build it, they will come. Right? We built it. Come on down. Anyways, I mentioned it earlier. I teased it earlier. I said if anybody right now in chat is going to be streaming EverQuest, in the next couple minutes, we can hook up a little raid for you. I didn't hear anything back, but who knows? We might still find a chat and pal. But otherwise, I'll be left to my own devices. I'll figure something out. Don't worry about me. I always do. I always find a channel to raid. But that being said, I had a real blast today. A hoot and a half. Dinged 39 to 40. 40 to 41, 41 to 42. So that's 3 dings, 3 dances, 3 celebrations, 3 /rudes for the haters, all that. Just like we got 3 streams every week, right? The next one's going to be Tuesday. I hope to see you there. It's going to be in the afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern USA. I'm thinking at this moment, I'm really thinking High Seas, High Profits. It's the name of the game. It's my only day of the week that I do a stream that's not EverQuest, okay? So when you see me streaming a game that's not EverQuest, don't panic. I still enjoy EverQuest. 2 whole streams per week, including every Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST right here, right now. You're here right now. So see me there. See me Thursday morning for the Rise and Grind. Grab your coffee. Get ready to clink it to the screen with me, you know what I mean? And we're going to get all caffeinated, and we're going to slay some frog locks or something. I don't know, whatever. We'll enjoy some EverQuest. And, repeat all year long. That being said, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really had a blast today. I know Captain Long Whistle was here in spirit. He couldn't make it to join the group today, but shout out to Captain Long Whistle. We'll be grouping again soon. Big thanks to Fardotron. Big thanks to Ishiwatari EQ. Big thanks to Swish and Chilogan. We're in the group earlier. Shout out to Tross right here. Tross, do I know your name on Twitch? I know you're watching. But, shout out to you too. You could say something in the Twitch chat and I'll link, the name to the face and I won't forget. I know who you are in game. But I don't know who you are in Twitch chat. But that being said, I appreciate all of you. Digital Cyber Angel. I like the emote. Oh, okay. I see the badge. I know who you are. Nice new name. Loving it. That explains the emote usage. That's like your emote. Hey, great to see you. Thanks for being here. We're just getting started. That being said, we're just getting started to wind it down. Let's go see who's playing EverQuest today. Who's an enjoyer? Let's see. Oh, hold on. Yes. Who's an enjoyer of EverQuest right now? I know it's been like... I don't want to say a lull, but I know like right now there's a lot of options out there. So let's I don't know this person. Let's go show some love to this streamer. It looks like they just started a stream. Wataru from Mutiny. Back to streaming. Monk leveling, level 43 in City of Mist. They just started the stream. So let's go show them some love. Okay? I don't know this person. They're playing green. Shout Show them some love from Red. Remind them that we are enjoyers of EverQuest too, you know? We're playing the same game, just a little different. It's all love though. So, anyway, thanks for hanging out. I can't wait until Tuesday. Hang out with you guys again. Okay? I see somebody just got slain in the Nariak Commons. I got a mouthful of gum for that, okay? Last thing in the stream, I'm gonna eat some of this in honor of the PvP. Big League Chew is not a sponsor, but I do enjoy it.